know what is happening, Moravia to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Bada. Skibidi dabado.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Kaza. How are you, sir? Yeah. No? Oh.
And then I like, man, I gotta try again there. Okay, now your stuff is on the way. Fatima will get it Monday morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. Stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South and Band. Charges on the beat.
Oh.
To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of my discussion. Spoon television.
Oh, yeah.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know.
I'll also.
If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon.
Oh.
You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon.
Oh.
You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Oh, okay.
Yes, what you about today?
Oh, yeah. So I'm about to start. The Bible study show now, so I'll call you somewhere in the video.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon regulation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
Okay, Spoon is going to tell you what's happening in Liberia. Spoon will tell you what's happening within the ministries, the agencies. Spoon will tell you what the breaking news is. Bring you face to face with the policymakers. This is where you get authentic information. I'd like to say welcome. Thanks again for joining us on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. And my name is Nelson Collier. We are live across the internet on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We're live on YouTube as well. And our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. Many thanks to the folks joining us across Radio Land, across the Spoon Network. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and other frequencies across the country as well. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, that's currently relaying the program, thanks to Premier FM in Bon County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and of course, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country that will sometimes relay the show even without telling us. We appreciate everyone for being on tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. And as usual, we're going to open the lines and give you the time to have a say and afford you the opportunity to call in and say exactly what's on your mind, whether about health, education, sanitation, you want to talk about economic situation in the country, whether political issues, just whatever the issue is you want to talk about. We'll open the lines and afford you the time to do just that tonight on the program Spoon Talk. And so the numbers to call tonight: 0555-101075, 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program Spoon Talk. As you join us tonight, especially for our online audience, kindly share the program as you come on tonight. Please share the show in your different group chats, in your WhatsApp groups. And let's make sure we have a great conversation tonight. Once the CEO and the rest of the team get ready, we will certainly be turning over to them. But in the meantime, let's take your calls. Let's know what your thoughts are. Let's know what the issues are on your minds. Let's know what your recommendations are to the government with respect to the different issues of concerns. So 0555-101075. I'm going to put the WhatsApp number up as well, so that in case you want to call via WhatsApp, you can make your input from there as well. So let's take our first caller here. Hello, you're live on the show. Your name and where you call from. Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you for the show. My name is Stefan. I'm a resident of Bon County, Banga.
Okay.
And then I'm a listener to Strong Radio and Strong TV. But normally we are expecting to get a video on the phone only during the election time, the campaign time. Once in a while, people are used to read the so my own activities are many than that. That's why I look for one radio station that will be there the phone constantly. So we're not able to miss out on, but we have money to go online and everything. But I think radio station will be able to listen to it.
Okay. That's a very great concern. Thanks a lot for being an ardent follower of the show. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Hello, your name and where you call from? Yes, let's hear you. What's on your mind? We lost that person. 0555-101075. We'll put the WhatsApp number up as well. Hello, your name and where you come from? Hello. Yes, sir. You're live on the show. You're live. Let's hear you. Yes, sir. It's good to have you on. Okay, Mohammed, it's good to have you.
Let me say, I really appreciate that effort and the former CEO and the Panelist for the platform. Well, I want to appreciate my president of the podcast for the high level of developmental work taking place in the country. That today I listened to him from the groundbreaking ceremony on the Minister Angle. And I think it's a good initiative that he's doing and also tracking in the process. And let me say thanks to the CEO for, the CEO is not just supported, he not just support the original party before he supporting the party. Even though when a party do wrong, he always come on the platform to speak to the fact. Okay? For the past government, whatever thing that was doing wrong, everything was supposed to be, was put out, everything, it was very important for them.
Okay.
I think when the government do wrong, we need the supporter of the government. We will come on the platform, we will talk about the government, what the government officials they are doing.
Thank you.
Okay? So let me just thank to the CEO and to the panelists and to you for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your input. This person from the WhatsApp line. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Yes, sir. You're live on the show.
Hey, thanks, Colette. How you doing, man? Spoke to you a long while ago. Look, three things quickly, man. Thanks for the great work that Spoon is doing over there. Just have 3 points. One is if you can convey this point to Spoon himself, it would be good whenever you invite government official at whatever level, middle, top, or so. Then to make sure they ask them about whether they have declared their assets and published their assets. That should be consistent for each public official that appears on the show. That would be good. So that we know that that's important. Number two, they need to invite the ombudsman office, staff, the Eugene Paco and others. Let them come and answer questions as to what is their role in holding public officials responsible who have refused to declare and publish their assets. And lastly is that to let you know your show is great in the night. It's important to make sure you keep those ladies on, please. It's important. I hope you apply extra effort in making sure that is the case. They are a lot of uniqueness to the show, and they are great assets. Just to let you know that. But you do a great work, Colette. Keep it up, okay?
Thank you very much for your input, sir. We appreciate your feedback and recommendations. Thanks a lot.
Okay, welcome.
Yes, so let's take more of a call. 0555-101075. The WhatsApp number is up. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Mustafa.
Rajas Mustafa. Go ahead, let's hear you.
Yeah. Actually, I thank you for the viewer that is one man to see what you can not say is there are there and not not there. So I want to go in and say thank you for the pleasure. Yeah, what you can not say. Not more better. Also, the one
You said two what?
School Talk Live is on YouTube. So it's like two different links for it.
No,
So please look at the other one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. This person, hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry for Peter from Liberia.
Yeah, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, firstly, I want to appreciate
You me on YouTube?
the school radio
What
and
about
the
Facebook?
school TV for us taking us event over every time. So, first, making the point, I want to ask the President for that.
Okay,
The three investigate the routine of the former minister and minister. That is what you come and investigate if without special reason for a additional point, then go at the former CEO director, critical figure. Well, we all call it thing. So, our second coach is very good. If there's any reason, if there's any reason that you report me to resign, let us know. But
Thank you.
The willing man, that will also thank you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Keep your calls coming 0555-101075. The WhatsApp number is up. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, hi, Nessa. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, man. It's good to have you on.
Good. My name is Lucky Valley. What's in your mind? I just want to say to the Liberian young people in Liberia. I just want to advise the young people, young girls, and young boys in Liberia. If any of your friends call you to go out, to go anywhere in your job, don't go there. Because they are killing. The killing is too much among the young people. I just want to advise them. They must stop killing your friends in Liberia. If you your friend somewhere and you jealous of your friend, or just pray the blood that bless you, go through your way, and God bless you, to go up. But they're killing too much among the young people. I don't want to tell them what they must stop.
Okay.
They must stop communicating what they're doing. Please, I beg them. And I want to tell them that anybody calling you to go on Cali or come to my house, do not do it. The killing is too much.
Thanks a lot for your input,
too
man.
Much. So I think that's I want to tell you people in Liberia, you have to get saying you have seen it at dying every day. They are burying young people, 20 years old, 25 years old. Let them stop killing their friends. Pray to God, God open the door for you. You have stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. That's a great contribution right there. We take another person. Hello? Yes, you're live. Let's hear your name and where you call from. Jimmy, go ahead.
Now, so especially doing well in many areas. They are waking up. You are waking up cases for us. But what I really want to say point, not just with the case of like Coca-Cola, 2-3 days and Gaza. What happened to the millions of dollars that one Emmanuel Wilson was taking for security operations? Millions of dollars, including him in it. 800,000. 500,000. Another 300,000. What did this money go and what can they tell us? What food just let them drop it around the way? That's my concern.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that concern. Let me bring Dr. Richardson on. I see Mr. Ava Tuba is here as well. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, Mr. Ava Tuba. It's good to have you both on tonight. And welcome to the show.
Nelson, how you doing? Ava, hello. How are you?
I'm fine. Today I'm NFL, not for long.
Oh, that's true. You're traveling. I know you're traveling.
No. My wife, we're having party for my wife today, so.
Oh, happy belated birthday. I hope you guys have a good time. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, let me check on it. I'll be right back because they want me to get dressed. I'll be right back.
Okay. Be careful. Yeah. Yeah, Nelson. How everything going in Liberia?
Yes, I'm doing fine. The country is moving. Liberia is doing well. Someone says the train is moving. Some people are dropping from the train. Some people stay on the train. Some people Some people angry, they're not on the train, so they want to stay in front of the train to tell the driver to stop. So a lot is happening, and
Yes,
yeah.
yes. I wasn't listening because, of course, did you did you have an opportunity to update the Liberian people on what's happening in the country? I know today. Did you get an opportunity to do that yet?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't get to do that. I wanted to take some calls and then thereafter. But
Mm-hmm.
if you want us to do that, then we can go into that before continuing with the course. But one thing I know is that once we start that, and the rest of the team is here, we wouldn't have the time to take the course and all of
Okay.
that.
Well, well, well. If I think it's important that we hear from Liberian people, and I don't want you to go too deep into the story because sometimes we capitalize on the stories when people come in. But my attention was drawn today. Actually, I was reading the Variety newspaper, and there was a story about uh, President Walker broke ground for a solar system. So I was really excited. I think it's happening in Harrisburg, Monserrato, and I was excited about that because we definitely need that form of energy. And we have a lot of we already like there is a lot of sunlight in our country. So I think
Mhm.
we can benefit from that. So I don't know if you saw that, but I was just happy when I saw that. I was also not so happy when I read in the same Variety newspaper that Representative Anthony William of Maryland and Thomas Gashua of Grand Bassa. They are both on a committee for WASH, which is the water hygiene, sanitary and hygiene program. And they were complaining that for some reason, the Senate leadership, the pro tem, specifically mentioning uh, uh, Senator Kanga Lawrence, are not supportive of WASH. And to me, that is so important that our people get good water and we promote good hygiene and good sanitation in the country. So those two things were kind of heavy on my mind today as I was reading the various newspapers in Liberia. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that or anything like that.
Yeah, definitely, Dr. Richardson. Like you mentioned, okay, let me bring back on. Like you mentioned the groundbreaking ceremony. That's something that's something that happened today. The president also broke ground today for the construction of some 120 megawatt dam on the St. Paul River.
Oh,
Uh,
really? Oh, good.
yeah, so
So this will
this
be
is
in addition to the old one, the old dam that we got that supply
yeah,
us, and sometimes don't supply us, especially after rainy season. It doesn't supply us enough power.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So this is part of the plan to have Liberia uh, getting many sources of electricity. So not just from like you saw the one for the solar, the solar power generation, and then there's also the groundbreaking for another dam on the St. Paul River. And I understand there's another project
Mhm.
that's expected to see the construction of another dam. So in total, there are up to three dams that will be constructed in different locations. Since in fact Liberia is one of those countries that has so many rivers and stuff like
Yeah.
that, government is now looking at tapping into the country's potential into
Okay.
with respect to those different rivers and constructing dams. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank God. I
and
was just talking about, the variety of electricity potential that we have in our country. That's what, because the president broke ground today for a $90 million solar system farm. I think in Harrisburg. It is in Harrisburg, Monserrato. And then I mean, not Diamond, Nelson just told me that there's plans to build river dime around
yeah,
high
dam
dime
on the yeah.
St. Paul River. And I'm sure I can remember because then I do remember you when you used to go to Beaumont, you and your brother. And you know that we never was short of electricity in Beaumont. And so I can't fathom as an adult. Why is it that places like Beaumont, I mean, not even one day that I grew up, I don't remember not having electricity and water. Why is it that I could at that time? I mean, and I believe that, I don't know if the people got water from the Hindi River or where it was in Paul River in Hindi. How is that possible? I don't know. Maybe you might be able to help us understand this here.
I'm not sure what the origin of the ball mines electric supply is. I can ask somebody, I would text somebody to find out for sure. But you're right. In those concession areas, you guys did not know where power going was. It was like alien to you, especially like sometimes when some of you guys come to town to spend the vacation and stuff. For current go, they will be like, well, what's this? So I was even talking to my friend Akino. We do that show on Saturday. And he's from the Firestone area.
Yeah.
And I believe it's only 5 megawatts in Firestone that keeps that place going like that. And the airport is right there. We got river right there. We got solar energy opportunities. But we're not capturing those opportunities. And I don't know, man. Sometimes you wonder why we're so behind in development, whether it's just vision, whether it's leadership, whether the people in leadership really do not care. They know better, but they don't care for the typical Liberian. Because we should not be in darkness in this modern age for all the engagement we have, supposedly all the aid the American people have afforded us, and we stay backwards. And then they want to cry when some of us say aid is dead, it has not worked, it has not really benefited our people because we don't use it for the right purposes. But we have huge power potential in our country. We got like 5 or 6 rivers streaming down, coming straight down into the Atlantic Ocean. And some of them are powerful. One of the waterfall I saw the other day from that guy from, I think, Hot FM somewhere. The power gushing with that waterfall, I'm like, wow, this is an amazing, even for tourism site, So the opportunities are just huge. I just hope we can start to take advantage of them. I see, the president is trying, but then is it strategic, right? Is it opening a new economic corridor to go and put a $90 million solar plant like somewhere? What is the current demand in that area? Those analytical studies that are supposed to happen before these kind of major projects are implemented. You want to know, what and how long is it going to take before it can start to impact? Right now, in my mind, we need more decentralized solar energy and mini grids that can immediately impact communities and stuff like that, and especially the agricultural communities. Then trying to focus on one major solar plant in one area that is being restricted. So, I mean,
good question. Yeah, good question, Ara, because you wonder, like, how was Harrisburg, Montserrat selected to have the solar farm? What will it bring to the community, or how can you utilize the energy that we're going to get from that area to spread it out in Montserrat? What feasibility study was done? So those are all good questions that you're asking.
And we can generate, but transmission and distribution have confused us. We have not been very successful at that. So how we are able to leverage, where we have or where they want to build into really distributing that energy to the people who need it, that's the question. Hopefully some of those will be answers when we see project documents. But, I haven't seen anything. I just saw the announcement. I'm excited about it because, energy will make a difference, right? Yeah. And we don't even have enough supply for Montserrat. But they got to control some of those negative things around it. The energy theft, the debt, even the government of Liberia itself owes the energy, the electricity company, and all of those things. So we got to work on those and make people feel like electricity is not a social good. Electricity is business, is big business, and people are supposed to pay for the service.
Yes. And as long as the people get in, what they pay for too, that's also a customer service piece got to be worked on. But so one thing I know we don't believe in studies. We don't believe in studies informing our decisions. I have to tell you that. And I think that we need to do that for sure. We definitely have to track. But you just have me reminisce a little bit, and I see in the comment section a lot of people how blessed we were.
I'm providing some updates on this.
Nelson can mute.
Yeah,
Nelson mute.
We can hear you. Yeah.
We can hear you talking to
Okay.
the game. You just said.
No, no, no. It's not that. I'm trying to get an
Yeah, but we
information
can
from.
hear you, Nelson. Please put yourself on mute.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. So I was saying, I was reminiscing about how was it possible
Oh, there's
that,
somebody educating us, Jeremy Thompson, about,
yeah,
you
Jeremy
know,
was, yeah,
he said
Jeremy
during
was,
the rainy season, the Mount Coffee hydro supply excess electricity to Ball mines. And
mm-hmm.
during the dry season, Ball mines ran a full plant and supply excess to LEC.
But how was that? Why was that possible? I know you know the answer to this.
Well, I mean, look, planning, organization, leadership, and probably them, whatever they were owing each other, being able to pay, probably made that happen. You
Yeah.
know?
Plus we respect people who don't look like us in our country. Those people brought it.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's a major factor that affecting us. Unfortunately, we don't respect our professionals. That's a whole different topic, though. It's painful, and incompetent people come to our country who cannot hold our shoes in their own country, but they become leaders, they become thought leaders, they become advisors and consultants, and it can be frustrating for the Liberian experts who want to help Liberia, but they don't want to pay you the money that you should get. Then the second thing is they just don't want to do business with you. It's easier to say they're doing business with a white person who they probably signed an MOU with, who has not produced over 3 years and don't have the competence to produce, even you get another 5 years, but they're willing to stick to those kind of people. So our mindset really have to change towards, that's why some of my friends get versed with me for anything. I want to expand the circle and include other Liberian professionals because I believe we need to get to know each other. We need to understand each other's skills, our, ability to operate in professional groups and stuff like that. But a lot of Liberians don't want to even engage other Liberians, which is it just boggles my mind that we can start to build confidence. Let's start from somewhere and build up, and then we can be a force. But right now, I won't deal with Liberian people too mess, Liberian people too this, Liberian people too that. And once we keep labeling each other, it just reinforces the idea that we can work together. But we got to start working together and then force government to work with us. And I think that's how we can go.
Yes, we got to be patient with each other. Definitely. It's going to be a stumbling block. It's not easy, to move forward with the way how we've worked in the past. But I think we can do it. We just got to stay strong and keep pressing on. But I really think, I don't think that the Germans that, created the mining company was taking a lot of the iron ore out of our country. I don't think that they would have stand for not having electricity.
No, but I mean, you need electricity to function. And where they come from, they got constant electricity. So look, you don't even think about it. You just switch a light on, you switch it off. It's like
you put a water faucet or you put it. We have washing machine, dishwasher, everything. So why is it? This is like, I'm in my 50s. This is 50 years ago, Ava. This was happening in Liberia. Why now today when you go to places like Bomb Mines, Firestone, Yekepa, those places are like dead zones. Bushes all over the place. I mean, you're now recognized places that we grew up.
I was giving an example of Wearswa when I was small and people talking about Wearswa and the diamond.
Yeah.
I thought I was heaven. I never went there, but when I went there, when Mr. Combs and saw the place that the people used to refer to, I was in shock. I swear I was in shock the entire visit because I could not believe a place that they talk about that where people used to wash their car with liquor would deteriorate to that level of just rusted, mining stuff. I mean, diamond mining stuff around the town. The people, the homes, a few of them broken down. The people just look listless and hopeless. We really, really need to look into our people, how we can make a difference for them, how our minerals can really work for us. We ship too many precious minerals out of our country and we get no real return for them. It has to change.
It does. It does. So I'm happy for the groundbreaking announcement, that we are diversifying our source of energy in the country. But as when we talk, we're not talking to say that we don't like what the president is doing, but we are asking, at least, when you're giving these announcements, it would be helpful if you include feasibility studies. Like they say, okay, we selected this spot because we can generate and transmit energy to a greater Monrovia or to population outside of Monrovia. It was a prime spot. Let us know. Don't just say, oh, we just got 90 million from World Bank and we're going to put this solar farm over here in Harrisburg. Why? Why did you select? Let us know. How many people are you going to impact? I think that
Yeah.
will strengthen the communication.
And another information, Dr. Richardson, is that this is under the World Bank Respite project, and that's is under that project that the 96 million, came into the picture, and 25 million is going toward this entire solar, the solar plant construction. But in actuality, 16 million goes towards the construction and all the different aspects in terms of making sure that the solar plant is ready for use,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. And another thing is that the information about 120 megawatts, there's a little bit of clarity around it, because currently the Mount Coffee Hydro Power Plant has a capacity of 86 megawatts. So the
Yeah.
information is that the the groundbreaking today was for the expansion of the Mount Coffee hydropower plant. So they're adding additional four turbines, which is going to increase the capacity from 86 megawatts to 244 megawatts. So it's actually going to increase the
And
power generation
what
capacity.
happens during dry season? What happens during dry season if they do not see my coffee line? What happens during dry season?
Okay, so I'm informed that that's where the solar plant gets into the picture, because it's two ways. During the dry season, uh, the power generation for the hydro power plant, it drops due to the low due to the drop in the water table, the low supply of water. Most of the rivers will get dried and stuff like that. But on the contrary, during the dry season, power generation capacity for the solar plant increases. So while the hydro power plant is reducing, the solar is increasing on the other end. And during the rainy season, where the solar plant, the power generation capacity is reducing, for the hydro power plant is increasing, because there's sufficient of water and stuff like that. I'm not a technician though, but I'm just speaking from the little information I have around that.
Yeah. I got to tell you guys a little story here. Okay. So,
I got a
I
story too. Finish your story.
yeah, I for one didn't believe in solar energy. I believed in it, but I didn't know how helpful and how this technology worked. So I kept on getting a sales guy coming to our house, say, "Oh, you guys know that you can put solar system on the top of your house, and that will reduce your electricity bill and what else." So every time you come, I was kind of driving away. So one day I sat down and listened to him and got a good understanding of how this is going to impact me and the environment. And so we put that on. We have solar panels on our house. Our house was originally built with that. We had to, of course, pay for it, but it's been a great service. I don't pay electricity bill anymore. I just pay for the establishment, the loan that I took to establish the solar system on my house. But this is just to say that the government pays me, and then what I get in return, the government pays me, because to take the energy that I supply, that I get from my solar system, the grid, and they send it out to other people, to transmit it out to other people, and it's been working like for almost years now. I've been having this on my house, so I really believe that we can do that. We can increase the different sources of energy, and we can have energy distribution in our country, sufficient energy. But I like the solar system aspect. It's good for the environment too.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely good for the environment, and it can be low scale, large scale, whatever. The thing is, we need a holistic energy plan for the country. Maybe they have it, and maybe I haven't seen it. Like somebody in the audience say, they did a feasibility study, but many of us are not aware, and we've been talking about energy. What's the total amount for this again, and Nelson? What is the amount?
86. Somebody said 86 megawatt or 80.
Yeah, it's 88 megawatts, not 86. Yeah,
Oh,
he's right.
sorry.
And
Yeah.
that's the current capacity of the McCoffey hydro. Yeah.
The current quote unquote capacity is 88, but the actual production, one turbine being out, one other turbine halfway, so maybe that 44 or something coming out of there, because each of them about 22. But you know, now we're still I'm talking about the new thing. Is it all solar? The new project, is it all solar?
I think that's what I heard.
Solar and yeah, it's solar. Yeah, it's solar. Talking about the 20 megawatts is solar, but there's going the project is also going to see the expansion of the Mount Coffee power plant, the Mount Coffee hydro, because they're going to add additional 4 turbines according to.
Is the link in the chat? Is the link for this story in the chat?
No, I didn't put. No, it's not in there. But
if somebody can put it in, that would be great, because I just saw the headline today. I was very busy and I didn't read it. But you know, I was just looking up about solar agreement, and I saw back in August, they signed a $16 million solar park project. I don't know if there's anything that's happened with that or not. So yeah, I mean,
this government in August, this past August, right?
August, yes, $16 million agreement for the installation of a solar plant and the extension of the Mount Coffee hydro plant. So how many times we're extending it in here?
I did. And what did they sign it with? This is a World Bank project, from what I just read briefly. So, what is that?
It's this one World Bank too. The Liberia Electricity Corporation.
Yeah, it will be the signing. It will be the signing ceremony, and today is the groundbreaking. Because sometimes the signing ceremony.
But from now I'm asking about the amount. From 60 million to how much? How much is it now?
I saw $90 million for the solar system, the solar power system. That was 90 million.
Because like you were saying, this one is intended to solve the problem during the dry season, right? And that's understandable. That's not, it will produce about 20 megawatts. But this one you're talking about is about it's about 20 megawatts.
And that's where I think those responsible for the communication arm of this thing, from even the entities, from the level of the entity, will have to, come on and provide some of those pieces of information, for the sake of our audience.
My God.
But the good thing about this is that it's happening just on the sideline of the launch of the Starlink. The LTA made a disclosure, I think it was yesterday, about the Starlink that's intended to get the country have access to 5G internet connectivity.
How do you feel about this other 5 Starlink business? I know I got mixed feelings about it.
I got multiple thoughts about Starlink. It depends on what side people want to lean on, right? Starlink by itself, in terms of the concept of providing internet connectivity in areas that a lot of people can't get to, or we have government, installations or government agencies and subdivisions all there, but they have no connectivity, is great, right?
Yeah.
But some of the hotels that got their own little free internet, what they're using, and people can come sit down, buy coffee, buy this and that. Most of the people who go into those hotels, I believe they can afford to get the Starlink. So they'll probably get it for the company, or they will get it for their homes. So that business for the hotel will dry out, right? Then for the Lone Star and the, what do you call them? Orange, that's another issue, okay? So in some places, especially remote places, where government may have been depending on them for internet, government will move to Starlink, because Starlink will be more reliable. The satellite will be more reliable.
But when I was going to Liberia, the last time I went to Liberia, I carried Starlink equipment with me. So I don't know, how new is this in Liberia? I go on Amazon, you will see the Starlink equipment. I carry it for somebody, and a couple of people already have it. They can install it. And
some people got it, but it's not official, right? Because our company actually sent a letter and reached out to Starlink like several months ago, asking them about Liberia. They say they were not ready to bring Starlink to Liberia. But because the way satellite operates, you can have a Nigeria license and still be able to use your Starlink in Liberia, right? But they're not officially an area that Starlink as a company is actually doing business in. But now it's official. So now there are issues. People talk about official reseller. They already, one guy, a chat right, he already said one Liberian company, and he accusing somebody of being the owner of the company, has already signed an exclusive deal with Starlink to be the Liberia reseller, right? So that's a monopoly on the sector. I don't want to believe that Abdullah and his people will agree to something like that, because then it limits other companies from participating in this process, because they got to be very clear about how this impacts the economy. That's why you usually do a cost benefit analysis for these kind of major things and share with the people so they can understand where the money is coming from, where the money is not coming from, who has the potential to earn, how many jobs could be created, what's the overall impact of on the economy right now. It is good. A lot of people are asking questions right now. So is this somebody fussing with you? They say you bought a Wi-Fi booster.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at Amazon because the Starlink portable Wi-Fi router is $620.
That are no booster. That the actual Starlink.
That's the router.
Yes.
So it's 620. And then if you going for the SpaceX Starlink standard kit, the high speed, low latency internet is $547.
So no, Beatrice, the company is not just stealing from us. You can't just accuse people of stealing. There was significant investment made by Starlink to put a satellite up there to be able to provide internet connectivity for different people. It's about how our country negotiates with them to bring them in, and what role they will play within our country, and how there's Liberian content, meaning how Liberian companies can be involved in the entire integration of Starlink into our economy. So it's not just about them stealing. We shouldn't just give blanket accusations, but we should try to understand exactly, what is happening.
But let me tell you about how I feel. The owner of Starlink is this Musk guy. Yes, Musk.
Elon Musk.
Yes, and his best friend, that who, right? So I don't want to bring this into our business here, but I just have some concerns about it, because what is the motivation of going to a country where you don't respect us? I know you can separate business from personal, but that's how I feel. I just been having this funny feeling in my stomach about it, like this man who have used negative terms towards us as a nation, as a country, as a people. And then his best friend is coming to do business in our country. So maybe y'all can separate that, but I having some.
Well, they're doing business in multiple question mark whole countries, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have the technology, they have it. So we got to accept them, bringing the technology. I mean, our man Trump, as detestable as he is, we can shift his blame to the people who support him. I believe Musk is supporting him because he has promised.
They Elon Musk, man, and I just support you there. You see?
No, but he has promised him some big money if he were to become president. Okay. So, Elon Musk is supporting him for that kind of big business, I guess, because he was a billionaire. You won't be a trillionaire now. Maybe they're probably raising to see who will be the first trillionaire. So who knows? But yeah, Dr. Brobler, welcome, man. Nice to see you.
Dr. Brobler, how you doing? It's good to see you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Ava. Nelson, always good to see you. Yes, good to be here tonight. Yeah. We had rain most of the week. It dried today. We know what to do ourselves. We had sun all day. Yeah.
Really?
So it's good in my Givy.
Oh,
so good to be. Yeah, man. You need to come. You've been here for a long time.
You talking to me or you talking to her?
Givy. Yeah.
And you been talking about becoming.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Again, somebody else saying Starlink and
When you
that goal
ready
in
to
terms of internet.
when you ready to come, let me know. That's
I'm
shelter for
trying to
you.
come. I'm trying to come in early November if possible. So don't tell
That'll
me I
be good.
give it
That'll be
because
good.
I let it be right in the middle of town when I come. I let it be far. Not driving.
Man.
I'd rather walk than drive for a long time.
Yes, Uncle Sam, welcome. How you doing?
Snapper Hill begin. Snapper Hill begin. You gotta stay in Central River.
That's true. I'm addicted to Central Monrovia. Cinco, okay, for the go Pinsville and no other places there. That's my era. Except I'm going there, and come back. Uncle Sam.
Yes.
Well, you can move around quickly. Blame you.
What are you doing calling me Uncle Sam? You old man. What a great beard.
I thought about it. I said, what kind of mistake I'm making here? Sam
Because
Jackson.
they call you Uncle Sam. That's a term of endearment.
Sam Jackson, how are you?
For him, that I'm term of endearment, I term of put down.
Amen.
No, Sam Jackson.
Jackson.
Sam Jackson is suspicious of everything I say to him. He just think anything in the public space. When me and he talking, I can say anything to you. But in the public space, anything he just sensitive. Everything he just get in his skin and just grab him the wrong way. Sam, you all right, my man? You all right with me?
Yeah, I'm all right. But thank you, man. I'm going back home to Liberia next week. I've been here about 5 weeks, going to 6 weeks now. I'll be in Monrovia by the end of next week. I'm gonna have a wonderful time. Man, this is heaven on earth for me. US dollars here, man, 17 to 1. I can eat at a 5-star restaurant and pay less than $80, $60, $70, man. So I was in heaven for the last 6 weeks. Now I'm back to reality, to Monrovia now, to go deal with all the LEC, to deal with this, to deal with that, to deal with this, But I love my country. Looking forward
Isn't
to next week.
Isn't that interesting, though, Uncle Sam? I say, isn't that interesting? South Africa, you got all this stuff there, and you're talking about prices. But when you come home, apart from the challenges, electricity and all that, it actually is expensive now in Liberia. Liberia is expensive, much more.
I just got
before.
information from somebody.
And that's one area where
they say in Kenya, Starlink lease the equipment for $15 lease, and then sell the service for $25. If they do that in Liberia, they will kill a Lone Star and Orange. This is part of the coming.
All right. Well, yeah, you're greeting, guys. How you doing? 6 more minutes. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Uncle Sam, you're always welcome to go back to Liberia. That's your home. It shouldn't be a problem. Dr. Popley, we shouldn't encourage Uncle Sam.
Yes, sir.
We should ask Uncle Sam where he got all the money from to be traveling the way he's traveling. From Liberia to Ghana, Ghana to South Africa, South Africa to New York, New York to Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, back to Delaware, Delaware to New York, New York to South Africa, South Africa to Ghana, Ghana to Liberia. At the age of 71, we really need to investigate where he getting the money from.
No,
Uncle Sam, no. You say your own.
Okay.
You say your own. I just give me less than 10 seconds. You ready to interrupt me?
Go ahead, talk. If you're talking, I will talk.
No, but I feel talking. We're starting the show. I just saying the Liberian people to be mindful of Uncle Sam. There's a reason why Uncle Sam having all this money. There's a reason why Uncle Sam's name was the carrier. He was the little boy. And we understand. We've been digging deeper. And I'm not here to make any problem. Seriously, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to focus on the show today. If you're the carrier, right, from Charles Taylor Town to Madame Saline to George Manawia, you know what you take for your share? Whatever you gave, you gave. Listen. I pass that. Uncle Sam, I respect you.
So let me tell you something. All my friends from the refugee camp in Bujumbura, the one there in Choco Lips area, since in the 90s, they don't see me going back and forth between South Africa, Monrovia, America,
Even my friend Abba, you know me. When I first met you, I was in South Africa. We were on what I think CCL or what is America Online. Remember that time? Yeah. So this is like my home. I've been coming here for years, and years. And I just got very lucky.
I leave that because I know it's your home. I know how you got there. I know your first call from Charles Taylor. It was no less than $2 million.
Charles Taylor didn't do me. I feel like 1992.
Uncle Sam, let's start a good show. Don't get me started because we got
your don't get me started either.
You know your first quote you got from Charles Taylor when you tried to get something at $40 million, you had your 10%, which was $4 million. Okay. You know how you bought those home. You understand your relationship that you have, professional relationship now with the Charles Taylor and the what's this guy name? What's Charles Taylor guy that took the plane to South Africa? What's the guy name, man? Somebody, Emmanuel Shaw. What's his name? Shaw. Yeah, you know your relationship you have with them. You are the carrier. I mean, it's good to be the carrier. If you're not calling the crossfire, it's good.
I agree.
Thank you for agreeing. You sounded like you pace. You agree.
I agree. But at least the other people spoil their money, and the money can finish. But at least
you didn't spoil your money. You're wise, man. Dr. Richardson, how you doing today? You get red hair today. Dr. Richardson, how you doing? Glennie had a white Aladura hair tie today. She coming in with green. I don't know if she coming green representing Unity Party, but that's okay, Glennie. My brother, Connor L. Raymond Gray, retired. It's good to see you, Connor. As if I talk about, no, he's not a junior. So let me take it with a junior. As if it's good to see you. That you saying something, Ava?
You put me on mute already. I say I am junior. As if
Ava, we have to keep you on mute because you get something coming from your back that grinding. So when you're not speaking, just please mute yourself.
Thank you for admitting. I don't mind. I don't mind. Thank you for admitting. Thank you for admitting today. Thank you for admitting.
I don't know how long we will tell ANC people that your track record is not good. From 7% to 1%.
1.61% is something. Some people go there, they get 0, they get 0.1, 0.2. We got 1.6.
You are celebrating that it was okay that you gave
no, it was not okay. You can always improve.
1.6%. You celebrated.
You can always improve. You can always improve.
Dr. Bopler, it's good to see you folks. We got a lot of information coming to you. Continuation of the rest of the nation, the LDA story, more development coming up. Also, the double Jada story that I kept away from you yesterday, we'll be going into it. We have documents, the account that was open. We want to discuss that account, the way forward now for the entire thing. Now, listen, the whole custom, South Samoa, double Jada, Sam Burnett, Montgomery, the whole plague. They have destroyed LRA. And I also like to announce that on Sunday, we'll be having the National Port Authority Managing Director, Sekou. What's his first name? Sekou Dukle. The first name is Sekou. Sekou Dukle will be our guest. There's a lot of stuff concerning CTN. Uncle Sam said on the show that CTN was passed for 7 years or 5 years, whatever that man he put on it. He said 5 years, the MedTech deal, the CTN. Sekou about to explain all of this stuff to the nation, whether it was passed or not. We want to hear from Sekou. And then stuff about the marine project at the port, the allegation that somebody paid some people at the port. Now, who all put it in the basket at the port that they want to be commerce minister? We are hearing different names flying. I want to be commerce minister. I want to be commerce minister. Well, I mean, why are they putting their hands up so early that they want to be commerce minister? And who Joseph Barker have in mind? Knowing that also the president will be traveling to Rome to meet the Holy Father in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Can I put in my application? Can I put in my application?
I don't know. I'm not. I have no clue. So the Joseph Yima Barker will be meeting the Holy Father, and I think it will be a good thing. We also want to say to all of you, share the show. We got some breaking news coming your way again tonight. A very, very wonderful, cool evening, cool afternoon on this Friday. We want to say, may God bless you. May God keep you wherever you are. Please increase the volume of your radio that your neighbor would like to hear the good news. What's going on with LTA? People are celebrating Starlink. But who negotiated for Starlink? I mean, our chat room was going crazy, and I choose not to speak on it. There's something about Starlink that you need to know. Who are those benefiting? Who brought in Starlink? How the whole Starlink thing started? But one good thing that was done is that they gave them provisional lesson. Provisional. It was good. Provisional. Thank God they said provisional. And we will get into it because it's something about that whole deal. Who's the family member connected to who? The advisor to the president connected to who that make that thing happen? Again, sometimes I just don't want to talk. I will beg you guys that I'll be excused tonight. Because if I'm not excused tonight, I will get myself in trouble. Seriously, I'm begging everybody that you excuse me every Friday, because Friday, it seems that I get by that. I mean, don't use Uncle Sam word on the show. But I think we're going to have a wonderful show. Wherever you find yourself, folks, please share our show. Invite somebody. Let's talk Liberia. Please share our show. Somebody say Eugene Nagwe, Eugene Fagon will be the next comment minister. That's great. Well, here we go. Dr. Bople, how you doing? How's Liberia? Dr. Bople, have you ever felt within yourself that sometimes you are so restricted you can't say certain things?
For me, no. But yeah, a lot of people, yes, a lot of my friends. For me, no. Freedom of thought and speech for me is something that is just a part of me. So I'll speak when I can't say what I'm thinking in a reasonable way, then I feel like I'm in prison. And if I'm in prison, then I'm not living well. So no, I don't feel that. Are there pressures from time to time to be politically correct or those things? Yes, but those pressures typically don't bother me. My biggest hope standard is that Liberia will do better. I want a better country for all of us. So I'll say my piece, and I always say it
And the
respectfully,
Lord will
but I'll
fight,
say
and the
it.
Lord
And
will
if
fight your battle. You're right. Today, the resignation of Sarah Fanny, she stepped down today, and
yes,
it's
you
a
have.
good thing. We will be discussing all of these things, guys. Let's have a quiet, wonderful show today as we wait for the others to join us. A lot of stuff is trending. I'm trying to cherry pick what we can discuss, what we can give our folks, because I do not want to be all in tonight. I want to lay back. I told you guys about the LRRAC. I think that's the name. Honor Patrick Wozi. Let me send you all those check receipt that we can make this part of the conversation tonight. If I'm missing anything, folks, help me, please. If I'm missing anything, just again, do not run your promo, do not run your commercial. We are not talking about your businesses or your friends. We are doing spoon talk. Keep all your announcements for your birthday, witches, and anniversary, everything for the end of the show. We will send our shout out, but let's discuss the Liberian people business. Our country is very hard. Our country is very rough. Things not just easy, period. Are we getting there? Will it be better? Those are the questions we need to ask our folks. Dr. Francine, Special Chinwe Richardson, Uncle Sam Jackson, and my brother Ava Topa, Dr. Bople, El Raymond Gray, and Glennie JJ. Welcome. And let me hear you guys, please.
It's good to be here. Just want to thank you, panelists, for taking your time to be here with the Liberian people today. I'm very much interested in all of the stories that were listed. I have questions, namely the LDEA boss, the person who's going to replace the three leaders who resigned. I just wanted to know more about the qualifications. I'm also interested in the Toba Jala story. I think the Commerce Ministry is so important. It's such an important entity in Liberia, especially for the viability of our economy. I want to know who the candidates are who would be filling Muda's position. I hope that the candidates that the candidates tend to be, or the person who's selected, basically, that's what I wanted to say. The person selected will be a hands-on person. They're not going to just sit in the office, because that job definitely requires some sort of hands-on work, given the state of our country. We can talk about Starlink. I have mixed feelings about that. So I look forward to having a wonderful show and offering my thoughts about the different topics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. And again, you guys had a great show today, as you had. I mean, you'll keep it up. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam?
Thank you very much, my Liberian. I really appreciate you all. I've been here 5 weeks, going to my 6th week. I'm doing my last minute shopping, getting things for the family, all of the South African food to take to Liberia. I'm really excited about it. I can't wait to go to my favorite Dumbo place, maybe next Saturday, and to have a wonderful time in Liberia. Look, Liberia is a great country. We are probably the most stable democracy in the Mana River Union. And if you look at the influence of Wagner, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, in Guinea, a little bit in Sierra Leone, but Liberia can be a powerful bulwark for democracy and stability in the West African sub-region. And I think that's the story that President Boyka hasn't sold sufficiently. I think he needs to engage the international system with that story. And when he tells that story and couple that with the improvement in governance, I think we can attract significant private finance capital because of the fact that we've had a democratic dispensation now for 18 years, several elections and stuff. So I'm excited about my country, and I hope that the powers that be start a program to rebrand Liberia, take us away from a post-war poor country to a potentially rich country. So that's my position on Liberia.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Ava. Ava, talk to us.
Yes, hot topics. Again, hello to all the people out there. But yes, the Starlink thing, it could be revolutionary, it could be compromising. It all depends on how we go about it. So there should be a lot of, again, spotlight. I like to say spotlight, put on this whole Starlink agreement. What's in the contract? What kind of service providers will be reselling Starlink? Is it going to be something exclusive with one company that could look kind of fishy, or do we open the market for Liberian companies to apply to them, or be let's say this one company is for government, this other one for companies for private sector. So how they parse all of this stuff would be very important to see what the impact on the economy is. The other issues, yes, we can talk about it, but I'm excited because I will be going to a party for my wife, in an hour or two.
Go ahead, Dr. Prople. Talk to us that.
Well, Starlink represents an opportunity in the infrastructure that is really needed in Liberia. I said some shows ago, I'll say again tonight. When people talk about making the country investment attractive, it's not just that you have natural resources. That by itself do not make investors come running. Investors always consider the cost of production, and communication is a big part. Now, one way you solve problems in competitive market, you bring in others, right? So that you have a variety of products, but then also challenges those who are there to improve their service. So we'll see what happens. My main thing is government need to create space, have reasonable regulation, but create space so that people can come in and do what to do. And in this case, ensure that the products they're offering do not price people out of the market, and certainly do not put Lone Star and Orange out of the market. For those who don't know, Lone Star and Orange are the two highest taxpayers in the Republic of Liberia at this time. A lot of people don't know that. I think it's the big companies that's damaging our roads. It is Lone Star and Orange. So they're very vital to our economic development process. So we see what happens with the whole Starlink thing. The proof is always in the pudding. So let's see what they offer, what price, and if it makes the communication infrastructure in Liberia better.
Dr. Boplet, thank you very much. Colonel Ed Remy Gray, it's good to have you on. Talk to us.
Senator, I was looking at the letter, the resignation letter tendered in by Mr. Modad. It's clear, it's pretty indicting for him. I know his probably attorney did not read it. One word he used there that indicted him was the word equivocally. It could have been unequivocally, but he said equivocally. So that tells me he's guilty of whatever he was charged of doing. So read the letter again. And then secondly, the people refer to some of us as wordsmith. But that's the importance of understanding the language you want to put out there for public consumption. That has indicted him clearly. So he said equivocally, whatever is submitted, nailing to the accusation. And then, look, we have yet to come out of the Stone Age. So when companies are coming in to explore our landscape, and those kinds of investment, we can refer to them as pretty high risky. But so Starlink coming in provides an opportunity for competition. So it's a good thing by itself. Look, our country got nothing. To move towards this idea of monopolizing our market, space is one that I don't support. The more you have, the better it'll be for the consumer, And so therefore, I glorify it. I heard they talking now about expanding our electrical infrastructure, and that's also something that I embrace. Those are two things: communication, electricity. It helps with national security, and I'm for it. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Sis Glendy.
Well, it's good to be back here again today to continue the conversation about Liberia and the things that's happening. Looking forward, I saw a post today where the JMB Foundation donated some incubators to various counties. I think that's a great move. I would hope that the people are trained to be able to use it, because certainly there are some premature babies all over that would be that would need that service. So I think it's a good thing. I just hope the community will be trained to use it. We'll continue the conversation from where we left, or add more to the conversation, but it's good to be here. Hello to all of the viewers. Thank you.
Thank you, Glendy. Welcome to the show, Fadiga. Talk to us.
Thanks again. It's nice to be here. Let me start with Starlink, since I have a little voice in that era. I've read a lot of articles about Starlink. We do have some infrastructure that I believe in. They are the gold standard. The fiber optic, you cannot beat that in comparison with speed and reliability. But Starlink offers something that the fiber optics and other things would not offer in Liberia, especially in rural Liberia. Not only are they easier to install, they can reach remote area that the fiber optic wouldn't do. My concern with Starlink, I heard something, I don't know when Dr. Richardson and other people are on monopoly. The more we have, companies we have, it should drive down prices. Starlink could be very expensive. And if companies start trying to get monopoly over Starlink and start to sell it at a higher cost, especially to a rural area where people lack the financing, like urban area, it will be worthless. So there are ways that government can make sure that it is affordable, even though it is more reliable in a rural area. If it is not affordable, if because there are so many benefits from Starlink, especially with education, with different government infrastructure in the rural area. So if we cannot drive down prices and we allow the market to be monopolized by business interests, it will be useless. Starlink will come 1 year and everybody will abandon it. People would rather use their cellular service or use what they have right now. So I'm looking very closely at the concession. Even though I haven't read it yet, I'm looking how they're going to managing driving the price. There are a lot of things out there government can do to actually keep the price low. If the prices is low, good for Liberia, especially for rural. If it's going to be high, Starlink will not last more than 1 year. There will be other Liberia. The second thing that I know we talked about was what was the next thing we talked about? I just lost my train of thought. But I'll leave it at that. When we get in the program, we'll say. But yeah, Starlink was one of the main things that I thought I would say something about.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. I'm very concerned with a young man that's in his early 40s compared to an older man that will be 80 years old next year. And the young man losing this train of thought so often is very concerning, folks. Very concerning. There's not a day on the show Uncle Sam will say, I just lost my train of thought. Not a day. Uncle Sam is sharp like a whistle, and we have a young 41 or 42-year-old, he gone. Man on the show losing his train of thought. We have to pray for him. We have to pray for our men. I don't know what the Liberian girls are doing to them in Liberia. Especially you do that when you're in Liberia. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and guests, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're happy to have you. As always, we want to say, please, 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 again and again, share the program. I really listen. I was told to wait on something before we get into Starlink. I know everybody want to talk about Starlink, but Starlink's story is so complicated. I was just on my phone. We got some document on Starlink. And I think those people that are acting right now, the decision to bring Starlink in as on a provisional lesson was unique, but it still got a lot of tricky part to it. And just what Fadiga said, where it go down well with the Liberian people. So Starlink is in a try and error stage right now, right? Let's test the water, okay? Starlink is like, just throw anything out there and see if it will catch. So I want us to share these documents. Then we can go into it after we review everything, who brought it into the country, the interest, the benefit it is to Liberia, both financial benefit and how well the people are going to use it. That's why Uncle Sam couldn't wait and he started to condemn it yesterday. And most people get angry with Uncle Sam. Say, Uncle Sam, check break, relax. We can still get more out of this Starlink thing. We can still search on it. But so check break. So listen, guys, I understand your pain. So give it your last take on this. We'll not spend too much of time. Everybody 1 minute. Uncle Sam, I want to start with you on this Starlink. Please give it your last take on it for today, just today, because we still getting more stories on Starlink. We got to respect the process. This is just in the initiative stage. There will be no way in which we can just jump into a conclusion that it will fill our country. Let's hear your argument, Uncle Sam. Let's hear you.
So first of all, I'm very pro-development, very pro-development. Anything that comes to Liberia that is good for the people, we look at the cost benefit, we can de-risk if it's an investment, I'm for it. What I'm not for is for the authorities to try to sell us a wooden nickel. First of all, Starlink is not a mass market product. Let me explain that. It is not for everybody. Starlink is high end. The equipment is $500+ dollars. Okay. Then the subscription runs between $100 and $200 a month. In Kenya, one of my friends just basically told me $250. Okay. So this is not a mass market. The other issue is the ACE cable currently is underutilized by 55%. 55%. So what Starlink would do will prevent the cell phone companies from building terrestrial infrastructure to penetrate the rest of the country. The other thing about Starlink is that it has to have resellers, ISPs. independent, okay, service providers. So these are things that the LTA did not explain. So Liberians were thinking all of a sudden we're bringing this Starlink, and all of a sudden we're going to have a democracy of access to high quality broadband all over the country. That's not going to happen. And lastly, there are companies in Liberia currently using Starlink, but with subscription from abroad. You understand me? People are already using Starlink. Okay, so that's my position. I'm not dismissing it, but I'm saying the Liberian people should not believe it would be an answer to their limited access or connectivity to the internet. That's my position.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Again, guys, it's very important. Let's give this our best shot on the Starlink thing. Indeed, Uncle Sam, you're right. During the election, we used Starlink during the election. When everything was just breaking down, and I can say this freely, someone from Unity Party went to Ghana, brought the Starlink. We were able to have uninterrupted internet services at the full network. All right, so you are quite correct. And Unity Party folks going into the interior, they use Starlink as well from Ghana. So let's put that on and say, listen, it been around Liberia. You're quite correct. Let's see who else has their own argument to make. Dr. Richardson, you want to come in on the Starlink thing?
Well, I was just going to buttress what you said, that in my last trip that I took to Liberia, I did carry Starlink with me to someone, and they were able to afford purchasing it for more than $500, and also getting the subscription. And I went to their home and saw that it worked, because I was skeptical and wanted to know more about it. So yes, it does work in Liberia, but under a different arrangement, very similar to what Uncle Sam said. I don't know much about Starlink, so I will reserve my comments about that. But I hope that in the future we'll know how did it get into the country, because that will tell me something about who's in the arrangement negotiation process. That will tell me more about it. And also, I know that Elon Musk is involved. I'm not fond of him, because he's associated with someone who consider Africa as whatever country. So some people can say, we can separate the personal from business, but then I would just say there are some money that is not just so sweet.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Abai, you 1 minute on the Starlink thing. Talk to us.
Starlink can be revolutionary. I really believe it. It all depends on the model. Yes, if you're just buying the physical equipment, yes. But what if they do the model they're doing in place like Kenya, where they say they will lease the model for $25 a month, and then you pay for internet service, whether that's $10 or $50 based on the bandwidth you're getting, or the service you're getting, or the speed you're getting. So it all depends on the revenue model that Starlink will come in, what they can tolerate in the Liberian market, what somebody can put up as a collateral for the equipment they get to pay on a monthly basis, whether half of the cost of the equipment, and then you pay when you pay, you draw down. So there's so many different ways to manipulate it. But the fact is, the people will need what Starlink is bringing, and I think more and more people will gravitate to that. They will probably desert many of our two main telcos, and that could be a problem for them. The internet cafe lounges for many of the hotels will probably be empty, because many of those people who in there can afford their own internet, but they just don't have that speed with the regular people. Electricity is also an issue. So will electricity be regular, or people will have to probably up their electricity to be able to consistently have the satellite? So there's a lot of things to it, but I believe that it done the right way, it can be a force multiplier for our economy in Liberia. And that's a whole separate discussion on how it can impact the economy.
Thank
and
you.
there can be, downstream effects.
Thank you very much, Abai. Dr. Boblai.
I agree with Ava. It could be a game changer. It could be revolutionary. But I think it would depend on how we negotiate the package. So historically, when companies come in, okay, we go to what I call the big round table. You know what's the big round table? That's the government, and they think about what's in it for us immediately. They want to get the big payments, they want to get royalties, those kinds of things. This time, you say what's in it for the people. Because if you negotiate and Starlink can come in and offer a service that is so needed at a price that we can afford, considering the median income in our country is so low and most of our people are unemployed. Starlink and the ability to have connectivity will help create jobs. Okay. And because they're in a competitive market, they will make their money with volume, right? The more people that can afford that low internet that will allow them to do all these different things, the more money they make. So the government have to really not only be strategic, but they have to really think about the people. This can be what big dollars will come to the revenue coffers and the envelope. It will be what opportunity we can give so that this product is affordable for majority of our people, just like it's done in other places. And majority of the people can afford it. Starlink will win, but Liberia will be a big winner. It depends on how we bring them in, the terms
Thank
which
you.
we bring them in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It's good having you. Colonel Gray, can you talk to us?
You know, Stanton folks like George Soros, Bill Gates, you know, and the whole nine here, the Elon Musk, they also have humanity at heart. That when they come into some of these new markets like ours, the intention is not to profiteer right away. You know, it's expansion of their idea, their knowledge. That's what they look at. That's what driving them to come into markets like ours. And I can say, I remember when Lone Star was the only one company providing cell phone. We used to buy those data cards for I think 45 or $50. Not till Comium and other agencies start coming there, then the competition they knock their prices down significantly. You know, I'm saying this because we're looking at the glass half empty as opposed to half full. Anytime you have a company like Starlink coming into your country, um, they're coming there because they have seen some better opportunity. Again, price is not or price gouging, profiteering. These resellers that will take on some of these smaller ventures to resell the product are the ones that will make the money. But then that's why we have the LTA, the agency to regulate the market so that they don't price gouge or they don't go after the consumer or transition the cost of running to the consumer. So as a result, this is a good thing. I mean, anything any way you want to look at it, you know, and you know, people will have interest. Of course, they'll have folks who will say, "Hey, go talk because we don't want Starlink to come." That will take money from us. But definitely, the importance of having more facilities like this is good for the consumer. At least there'll be competition. That's how I look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is Glendy.
So I want to talk based on my layman understanding. Everything right now in Liberia, all the food that's on the market, everybody can afford it. Some people can afford chicken, some people can afford sardine, some people can afford bapple, some people can afford gripper. So all pockets are not equal. I think what needs to happen is maybe to engage the government into the conversation to talk more about this deal. And then also there are so many people writing also on Facebook who also people in Kenya writing that they've used it and it's good for them. This could cause, it could be a good thing for Liberia and it could also be a bad thing for Liberia. We don't know the details yet of everything. But I think any later thing that signifies some degree of a change, a positive change for our country, is a good thing for me. Yes, there may be other things that we're talking about, but I am of the opinion, and I want to register my opinion that I think from what I'm hearing, even if 10 people, if there's 20 people and 15 persons can afford it, and it will improve their life from what they were doing before based on the business and other thing, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good deal. I think the government needs to come out to the public and start talking about it so people can become aware and know how to get it. But I'm not going to be pessimistic about this. I'm hopeful, and I think that this is a good thing for Liberia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Glenn. Fadiga, talk to us.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said something. Look, for me, we already have multiple internet service providers here. The most important reason I would suggest or even think remotely about Starlink is access to rural Liberia. It makes it so easy. It's easy to deploy. More people in rural area will get it. And internet is the word. There's no country right now that can function, whether it's education, health, and all these different things, POS system. We need internet. So if this is going to be the government way of providing internet access to rural area, it is good. The problem is cost. Starlink is expensive. Now, I've researched several different models that can help reduce the price. If this is a business to make profit and it will be more expensive than what we already have on the market, after 1 year, they will be out. Because I know there are a lot of people right now, there are some people right now that are trying to have monopoly over it. There will be vendors that will be trying to have exclusive right. And all those things could drive the already higher prices up. So, except where government can come in and put either a price cap or LTA can negotiate, make this about our IT infrastructure, ICT infrastructure that we're trying to build in the rural area, and government could leverage this, where urban area we use what we currently have, and the rural area we have access using this thing. If we can leverage it, we can use both. But if this is some money-making deal that somebody think they can profit, this business will not last. I can guarantee they have options. We already have options. And Starlink, as I know it, it's not a very cheap process. It's easy. It's easy to carry out in a rural area. We make access in a rural area. But cost. If we cannot drive those costs down to be reasonable that the people can afford it, there will be other business. Mommy.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Starlink, we spoke about it yesterday. I look at it from a different direction or another direction, not necessarily with the internet service provision. I know a whole lot of us talk about that already. We'll be waiting for the LTA to provide more details around that. The release frequently asked questions about Starlink is on their page. They talk about pricing. They say they're into negotiation with Starlink to determine prices and stuff like that. And it's only for 1 year as a test trial to see how they will perform. But for more than that, to see how the market penetration will be and their interaction with the different providers. So we look forward to that. But this is the biggest deal in the whole Starlink thing that we want to call on the government to pay keen attention to. It's owned by the world's richest man, or maybe the second richest man or the richest man. I don't really follow those people, so I might not be accurate on who the richest person is. But assuming the fact that he's the world's richest man, multiple businesses, multiple connections decide to come to Liberia. It is a relationship that the government must manage and manage well. There are more than Starlink that we can get from the relationship with Elon Musk. And that is where I'm looking at. I saw him a few months ago with the president on the phone having conversation. Few months later, one of his businesses take license to operate in Liberia. That's the second step. How can we maximize our country's relationship with the richest man in the world, with multiple businesses and connection, to go beyond just Starlink, bring other investment to Liberia? Imagine other business people sitting, and Elon Musk is telling them, I have a business in Liberia. That in itself is an expressive marketing for Liberia. And that is what I think we should manage well so that we get more benefit beyond just Starlink. Imagine him just posting on his Twitter page that I have a new business in Liberia. It speaks about the business climate. It speaks about the credibility of the government. It speaks about the integrity of the government. And that is what we need to maximize. Not just the internet service provision, but what more can we get from our relationship with the richest man in the world with multiple businesses and multiple connections. We can only get it if we manage that relationship well. That is where I want to put my head.
Thank you very much. Oh Lord have mercy and send grace. Yeah, we are again. It's good to be back. Mama, thank you very much. Mama, you're right. You know, when you don't have the money that people have, you don't compare to know, or you do not seek as to who's the richest man in the world. But on this show, I can tell you who one of the richest person here is, you controlling $70 million portfolio. So maybe you are the richest man on Spoon Talk, Mama.
Stanton, we need to make correction on that thing, because I've been receiving call. Yes, I don't have 70 million. Yeah, I've been receiving calls.
The guy just full of trouble, my man.
No, let me say it. Let me say it the right way. I have been selected. Simple, let me say it.
Go ahead.
Appointed to manage a USAID resilient food security project in Somalia that is 70 million. The money not for me. I am the manager of a 70 million project. It's not my money. I'm only.
You explain your own. You say you are the manager of 70 million project.
Yeah.
You see that way in the people here, you get 70
million. You get
Yeah.
70 million. We coming for some that money.
I just want to.
You get the application? Application?
I mean, people just I couldn't sleep this morning.
My man. So you really think Starlink won't make profit in Liberia or Elon Musk?
But we're talking about Starlink, but I beg you, wait 1 minute.
You got $70 million man. You talking about Starlink?
Mommy, anything you say, contrary to what I say, they put listen to me. You say you managing, you the manager, you sitting down on it, you giving it to somebody. The only thing that going to put here is 70 million and mommy. So anything else, they put one on the court. So you got application, you want people to go to the Sahel, to Senegal, to Nigeria.
No. Miami in Liberia, we put Somalia in Liberia.
Any way you do it, ladies and gentlemen, Mame said on the show, he managing. If they say you managing, it means that you know where the money is. You know how much to spend of the money. You know how to direct and redirect the money. So Mame is managing. Or Liberian from Buffalo is managing $70 million.
That is the most impressive part for me.
No. To be frank, the whole UN, that burn they call UN, UK or what? Look at that man with a small head.
Proud of you, my man.
70 million. So you say, I will share your number on, I will share Mame number on the show. Y'all please call him. Jackie,
congratulations, Mame.
Mame run away. Jackie, welcome to the show.
But no, on a serious note, I needed to make that clarification. It's a USAID project for Somalia resilient food security. I'm the manager. The money is not for me. It's not my brand. I'm just being paid to manage it.
Mame, we hear you. We hear you.
That's not going that right up. They gave Mame 70 million and they pay him to keep 70 million. Who in Liberia you were paid to keep? People keeping 17,000 and eating it. That you will keep 70 million, you're not easy. But listen, Mame is a professional. He's just trying to structure this thing. He managed it as a project. Again, want to congratulate you, Mame.
Let me see that money. He's just managing the outcome.
Yeah. So next time I tell how much you making, so you can't pay him.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mame. I want us to do the Jackie. Let's hear you. You just joined us, and then we can go through the conversation. We were just wrapping up on the Starlink, Jackie.
Okay. Well, I think I listened to part of, well, first of all, hello to everybody and to the viewers in Liberia and around the world. Hope everyone is going to be having a wonderful weekend. As far as the conversation on Starlink, I think it is a wonderful, wonderful initiative that's going to be taking place in Liberia. Starlink, of course, as we all know, as Mommy said, owned by the richest man in the world, who's actually from Africa, Elon Musk from South Africa. And it is a program that's part of his program that he has. So where he does a lot of work in space, and he has over 6,000 satellites that orbit the globe, Earth. And so he is able to bring this service, this internet service, to just about any country on Earth. And it's really, really good for people who are in the rural areas. I mean, you can get internet on air, land, and sea, especially good for people in the rural areas. So those are the good, very, very good advantages of bringing in Starlink for a country like Liberia, where internet connectivity is extremely very important for the education sector, the health sector, for schools in the rural areas. I'm looking forward to see Starlink. As everybody concerned here is the cost. We hope government can help to come up with some program where it will be able to not just benefit people who have money, but also benefit the students throughout the entire Liberia, from elementary school all the way to college. So I'm excited. It's all how the Liberian government packages this, and during this 1 year trial period, and how it rolls it out so that it benefit not just the few people who can afford it, but also students across Liberia. So I'm looking forward to hearing more news about the Starlink program.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's always good having you, and we wish you well. I know your, as we will say in Liberia, your LEC is working, so it's good to have you. Let me say this:
90% working, not fully.
at least it's 90%. We asked Money Captain begging for power from Ivory Coast and Ghana, and you get your own 90%. We'll get into that. So, having said that about the Starlink, I share something in the chat room. If you have not seen it, please read it. This is the account that was open, and I want us to go back to LRA. It's very important for us to do so. Okay, yes, the letter here. Everybody, I think, is in the chat room. The reason why we're going to discuss this letter, the story about MedTech. I mean, we got to get into the conversation now with our seriousness. It's in the chat room, Jackie. I think you are in the chat room if you're looking to see. The story about MedTech, about President Weah, the former president, you talk about Thomas Donald, may his soul rest in peace, Samuel Twe, and all of them. We said that they opened some form of account separate, and they were operating from that account, and MedTech was putting money in that account. Today, after the court lifted the restriction on MedTech, and now the money has to be moved, what become of that money? And that's my question. If you know, help me. What become of that money that we accuse, and we said that the former president and Samuel Twe and Thomas Donald and the rest of them were operating illegally, that MedTech would just put you on money? When the story broke about Amin Modal concerning this card issue, Double Jala said, oh no, he wrote 2 different documents, which actually we have. It should be in the chat room. If not, we can put it there. And he said that an account was open and the amount of $3.something million were transferred to that account. Folks, if you have not gone through this, I already beg you to do so, to actually be informed as we discuss this. This is the account. Take a picture of this document. This is the letter that was signed by Elwood, and it was signed by the acting Minister of Finance. He put it in as Deputy Minister of Fiscal Affairs. Minister Myers. And the name on the account, James Double Jala, Gabriel T. Montgomery, and Sam Burnett with Odell Sakeplo Jalate. These are the 4 people that opened that account. We have a lot of documents that show how conflicting the transaction went and why it is so important for Liberians, you Liberians, to know that there's nothing has changed when you talk about LRA. I want you, if you know these guys, I want you to call them Double Jala, Gabriel Montgomery, Sam Burnett, and Jalate. I want you to understand that somebody is repeating why we accuse the CDC government on. Look at this document, read it, and go back to the letter that was written by Double Jala. As I share more information with you, I want you to come in, Uncle Samson, that maybe we'll start with Mame on this one because we've been working with this story. Uncle Sam, I'm backing you. Let Mame lay this thing up further, then everybody can have a clue because I want to upload the other document. So my fellow Liberians, please, 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 join the show and share the show. We are talking about LRA. We are talking about the Custom Samora Commissioner. We are talking about Rogers, the man that used to work with IRA, but he later got transferred to MedTech. We are talking about the money that came in from MedTech, what become of that money, and why it was so important to Double Jala to give that money out to Amin Modal. But it wasn't only Amin Modal. It wasn't only the Commerce Ministry. So how serious this is when you talk about Double Jala. Mame, please expand on this. Let me try to upload the rest of this thing, please.
When they signed the MedTech contract, Section 9 of the contract says the government and MedTech should open what they call a transitory account. That government, 20% of the money will go into and will be swept into the consolidated account. So the consolidated account is the government account that you use for budget purposes. Nobody can just go there and take money from there. So Section 9 of the MedTech contract says, open this transitory account, government 20% goes there, and then you take it from there and put it in a consolidated account. So to open the account, Joe, we hadn't opened the account. In the Echo Bank, July 1, 2021, they opened the account. By February 2022, the head of LRA wrote MedTech, said don't put money there. They created a new account and called that account capacity building account and instructed MedTech to put the money in the capacity building account. Here is a deal. When the money goes in the consolidated account, you don't have control over it. When you're in the capacity building account, the chairman, the head for LRA, and the other person get absolute control over it. So that was the motive. We criticize that. We condemn that. The new government takes over. Instead of taking the money as per Section 9 of the contract with MedTech and putting it into the transitory account, they too went and opened a capacity building account that the letter Stanton put up so. They too went and opened a capacity building account and moved the money there. Double is one of the signatory, his deputy is one of the signatory, and 2 other persons are the signatory to that capacity building account. They use it in the name of capacity building. So when you hear us saying, when Stanton say things has not changed at the LRA, that's what he means. George, we are opening capacity building account instead of the transitory account that is established in Section 9 of the contract. We come, we take over, we criticize it, we too open a capacity building account and not a transitory account because we want to have absolute control over the use of the money. It goes to the consolidated account, we don't have that control. It has to go through the budget process before we can get it. That's the story.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much, Mame. And again, we're going to share this document with you folks. Uncle Sam, It's trouble right now. Right now, I can say to you, Uncle Sam, trouble is at LRA, and the Liberian people need to know. I want to say this. Let me call Funde 14 real quick, and my dear Uncle Sam, you can come on. We will not sit here and allow folks to play game with us. The integrity double jada, either he's waiting on an unwilling agent to this whole thing. Double jada need to speak up because our country cannot wait any longer. This thing is getting bad. Uncle Sam, from this good place called LRA, that people are supposed to be raising over billions of dollars of revenue. This is what happened. Let me call this the China Union. We will talk about trouble from China Union and LRA. Trouble from the excise stamp. Uncle Sam, you know about the excise stamp. We'll talk about trouble from FDA. And going back to the Amin saga, it is important to know it wasn't only Amin. It wasn't only Double Jada. It wasn't only Sam Samura. It wasn't only Gabriel Montgomery or Sam Bennett. It's a full cartel operation that these guys have enriched themselves since George Weah time. Talk to me, Uncle Sam. We about to give the people more breaking news here tonight.
The LRA is one of the most corrupt, decadent institutions in the history of Liberia. Ordinary custom collectors, ordinary anti-fraud people who follow containers. They build mansions. They make a whole lot of money. Everybody knows that. Okay. The problem I have with this current administration is that during the election, there was a clarion call to cancel METEC, to cancel CTN. And not too soon after they came to power, you see them falling in bed in an incestuous relationship with METEC and CTN, to the point where they have agreed to allow METEC to secure land, to build a headquarters, creating a permanence for an organization that they said was corrupt, that they would have kicked out. CTN contracts been signed 5, 6, 7 weeks ago. They're not announcing it because they're trying to massage the messaging and the narrative to the public. This capacity building account it's a money laundering, it's a money launderer. That's plain and simple. Any revenue that comes from operation like METEC should go into the consolidated account. But the fact that it went into this account clearly seems there is an ulterior motive. And yes, I believe Double Jala is in integrated icon, but he needs to answer. There needs to be an investigation on how those funds. The fact that he was able to admit in a written communication that yes, we paid or we caused METEC to pay for car for Amin Mudad is very troubling also. But the fact that they're keeping this capacity building account, this account, which is controlled by the LRA, where there's no oversight from any independent government agency. Our money is very, very troubling. And I think Double Jala should come out and speak about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, please come in, man.
This is very concerning to me because I want to know the players who were robbing the Liberian people. It had to be someone from LRA that would have contacted the personnel at METEC to get this account open and to instruct them to put this money into a separate account. So I want to know who was instrumental in doing that, who was involved in doing that. I want to know, like, this capacity building account that they open, what kind of significant capacity building project they did create at LRA. LRA is supposed to be a revenue gathering organization for Liberia. It's supposed to be very vital to our economy. But here we see tricks are being played. They are robbing the Liberian people. So if they can answer some of those questions for us, in what way did it significant? I didn't just say just improve capacity building by buying a couple of cars or erroneously completing a proposal to give somebody a car at the ministry. I'm talking about serious capacity, significant capacity building that affected Ma Mary and John Paul or Joe Blow at the lower level. That's, I mean, Metric was playing a lot of money, and that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Sorry that Dr. Bobler left. Glendy, let's come to you. This story is just getting even better. Let's hear you, Glendy.
So we gotta be balanced and fair. If it was wrong then, it's wrong now. And I like the trend, the conversation, because it also puts Double Jala out on the stand to be able to defend this or to say what was his role. I don't think it should be left with Una Ami. I think he needs to, because if he is part and parcel of this entire syndicate, then he needs to be able to speak to it and address this. So, and then to see that there is an account set up with him being one of the signatories to that account, definitely he needs to say what's going on. I think the government also needs to investigate it, but I think the pressure needs to be mounted on him also, so that he can speak towards this.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Fatiga, you go ahead. Then we'll bring in Mambe, Sis Jackie, and Colonel Gray.
The thing, look, MedTech, CTA, and all the different stuff. I don't know, but where is the legislature on this? The too many games is being played here. When I look at MedTech seems to be a curse in Liberia. It seems like we have a MedTech curse in Liberia, that everything they touch. There's something about this company I cannot get my hand around. If this company committed a lot of, but this is what I do know based on folks that are close to the situation. They gave a lot of good reason why we should keep MedTech. They gave some reason. MedTech took a lot of money from Liberia. In fact, I think if you really come to look at the grand scheme of things, MedTech owe us more than we can. We more money. I think they siphon a lot of money from Liberia than they are giving to Liberia right now. So we are already on the losing end of this bucket. How can we leverage it to get some of those money? But with all proper regulation, I thought that the legislature would have done it. If they didn't do it, we need to get a grip on this whole MedTech thing that we do with other concession companies in Liberia, and make sure that it is properly regulated. But this 1 year deal, that we need to put an end to it. Either we want them or we don't want them. If we want them, then something needs to be done on how the revenue, the renegotiation of the contract, and make sure that it benefits the Liberian people. Because for now, I really don't understand why Medtex is doing like that. Besides causing a lot of trouble. I will leave you at that.
Yeah, I know that's you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Jackie, coming.
Oh, wow. Here we are 9 months later into our new government. And even for the past few years, the matter with CTN and MedTech continue to be a concern for the public. I hope, as everybody has said on this platform, that Mr. Double Jala will come out and other relevant authorities to explain what is going on with MedTech, what is going on with these accounts, so that the public can really understand what role is MedTech playing within our commerce, and what role, how is it impacting or making a difference when it comes to Liberians and Liberian businesses in Liberia, and versus what MedTech does. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Double Jala, the head of the Liberia Revenue Authority, come forward at some point to explain, and other relevant authorities to explain this whole METEC and CTN matter of concern, because it's very critical. We all need to understand the details and everything behind it.
We hope we can make you understand like the rest of the folks out there tonight, because what we have, I'm trying again to upload and share with you guys, is disturbing. I can read some from it, and I'm trying before we get to Conagray and Dr. Boble. On the 18th of June, ladies and gentlemen, the acting finance minister and controller general instructed EcoBank to establish a MacTech account under this government, our government, right? Full signature. They call the guys that you see will put the name of Gregory Montgomery, Sam Bennett, Double Jada, and Gelate, right? They said, listen, you'll be able to sign on this thing. It's on the letter. By May, July, and this is where you get interesting, the check for $3.4 million. Now, look at the letter that Double Jada wrote. The check for $3.4 million was picked up by LRA controller officer from METEC, because METEC was fighting to have control of a share. And who is that liaison person? Well, Rogers, the former LRA guy. He's now worked for METEC. They picked up the check for $3.4 million. They collected all the signature cards from the guys there. They went to the bank and they deposited a check. Now, something hit. From the time they deposited the check, after everything, the pressure started about who should receive money, where the money should go, and that's what makes it so interesting that it came immediately that Amin Moda couldn't leave the neck of Double Jada because he needed the money for that car. That's a story that is there. That's water under the bridge. LCC can follow through with that. But Double Jada, again, like I said, either he did this knowingly, like they will talk about it, and you know this Conagray. They say maybe you're a waiting agent or unwaiting agent, Conagray. But you cannot be sitting there as commissioner. $3.4 million is moving around. And not on the Commerce Ministry. So for Uncle Sam to say, Double Jada need to speak, it's very important. Not only your reason you gave me why you bought that car, you need to tell the people what is going on at METEC. And also, LCC, GSC got to be involved. And the president, this guy need to be direct with the president as to what is happening with the cartel operation at METEC. Now, we talk about Samora, we talk about Rogers, we talk about, how you call him, Sam Burnett. We are talking about Gabriel Montgomery. All these allegations, they got to come and clear the air. Conagray, let's hear you. Conagray. And then we'll go to Dr. Boble.
Yes, Stanton, in countries of scale, there are certain exclusionary promises you make when you serve in one arm of one. For instance, if I work for Wells Fargo, I have to sign some agreement that if I were to vacate my job at Wells Fargo, I'm not going to work for U.S. Bank. LRA is there to regulate these very agencies. For somebody that understands how money moves around, to have left the LRA and now work for the opposition, the company they were regulating, that in itself is fishy. And if our country were hands-on on some of the rules, these are some of the things that they would prevent from happening. But I say this to say, I don't believe that LRA does not have the capacity to establish an account. But did they establish this surreptitiously? In other words, underwater. If you want to establish an account for GOL, what are some of the procedures? I'm not hearing it. Now, did they give up those accounts for auditing when they were looking at some of the some of the ways accounts are set up and how they're operated. I don't think so. And that one makes me to say, do not.
But I think you raised a good point. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. While they're avoiding the transitory account, exactly. What is there? What is there within the whole process here? Create this account that the government should have access. Mm-hmm. Why George Manor, we had decided to create their own account to control the money that Meta was bringing in. Now, honor or rescue government and integrity icon, why he followed the suit that George Manor we had walked through to create the same kind of account, but put it on a different terminology called capacity building. And to have full control. There is nothing, if we are using the same something, there is nothing that's saying that you should do that. The government should have access. If you choose to do that, that's the word you just used. You try to manipulate something.
Yeah, because Stanton, for me, they say if you want to create a profile around a criminal, don't look at the individual and say, oh, this is a crime of a male. Right away, what if that some old lady was doing that committing that crime? You understand? You exclude all women from there. Integrity icon is something that I don't buy. Put all of them in the pot and scrutinize them independently to be able to see that. Look, there are no integrity icon in among humanity because we're subject to making mistakes. But in this case, don't move anybody from this. This is a syndicate. And I would say, in as much as they were not able to reveal it, and through some means we uncover some of this plot, then we must be able to go after it. I'm not going to give anybody integrity icon. I don't see it that way. This was a ploy, and this is benefiting certain individual. I think we should dig deeper. We'll get the outcome of it. Stanton.
Dr. Bopler, thank you, Colonel Great. Dr. Bopler, please.
So, Stanton, so we hear often that Double Jala is an integrity icon. I don't know Double personally, and so I have no reason to doubt what people say. I'm sure they speak out of their own experiences. Guess what I would say? You know, we're moving into a new place now, which we should, where government is responsive to people. And so accountability and transparency must be the way forward. So what am I saying? You know, back in the day, you know, and even recently, the past government, even this government, there's an attitude that we don't have to answer to people. We're the government. We're not running the government based on what people say. No. The government is of the people, for the people, and by the people. So it's all about the people. So an issue like this, Stanton, can easily be resolved. You know, Mr. Jala just come and set the record straight. When you do that, what are you doing? One, you're removing all of the suspicion, the hearsay, and the innuendos and all those things. But two, you are building confidence within the public.
Amen. Okay, Mama come in because Dr. Bopler internet went off. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you talked about a capacity building account. Do you have any details on what that capacity building means?
Good. Mommy will answer you, please.
The capacity building is meaningful. One of them is training, to provide training for people. Another one is to provide infrastructure support, like maybe building, providing what they can call the scanner to the port, and all the different infrastructure to be able to collect revenue. It's part of capacity building. Nobody argued that. Here is the issue. The agreement that you sign with Medtech, the agreement says, Section 9, 20% for government must be deposited in the transitory account, and from the transitory account to the consolidated account. That is the agreement. That is the law. When the money goes to the consolidated account, you don't have control over it. You don't have access. You will not see Double Jala and a 3 deputy will controller signing signature money for it. It's not possible. But when it goes into the capacity building account, then the commissioner general and the 3 deputies and the controller have access over it. It was for that reason that we are and the people move the money in structured method to start putting money into the transitory account, which is backed by the PFM law, and say bring it into capacity building account because they want to have access. Is it the same access that the rescue wants to have? That is said they created a new account to put the money into. What is our argument? What we are saying, if you believe there is a justifiable reason again in the kind of distinguish between tax, the kind of distinguish between custom duty and all the different things that should go to consolidated account, if that is your argument, amend the contract and convince the legislature and other people that you want the money to go to you for capacity building. You can't pass behind the scene. You can't leave the contract existing. You have not convinced the relevant stakeholder, and you create a separate account and putting money there and using it for capacity building. We already get, I think, portion of the budget I was sending to you, the money they spent on capacity building recently on training. For me, I will not dismiss the need to train people. There is
useless money
to train people, but the way we proceed, we criticize.
Yeah, let's share it to the folks, Mami, because again, people got to see this. But Glenny, Mami, call that. Let's share. Glenny, let me say this to you very quick. Why the money is not going to the consolidated account?
You say access.
Why? Why you think that Joe Manuel refused that you cannot, Glenny, you will cry for not to have, you cannot put this money in the consolidated account?
But Mami just answer. He said access.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Because somebody want to use the money as their own. The 20%. But yes, it's shocking news. Now Double Jada is still taking the same, moving on that same track. Who advising Double Jada? Listen, it got to go into the account that will be used by the Liberian people government, not just by a few good men. I can look at Uncle Sam and gain $1 million and put it on a capacity building. I mean, my friend, I gained $96,000. The money, they were negotiating about this money. Look what I put in the chat room. Even before Medtech sent out money. Because they knew that the money was coming. Who were they talking about? Who was negotiating? No, but wait on, Jackie. You look at me, I know I'm handsome. Can you read what I put in the chat room? Don't look at me?
You know I am, sir.
I know you get it memorized and you lost it after me.
You get it what is?
She lost it after me. I'm a married man.
There you go.
After me. But let's go back to this thing.
When
I started the process of manipulation, the guy at Medtech was in LRA office every day, Dr. Richardson, pressuring to have Army receive the money. That's Oliver Rogers. Oliver. He was there. These are allegations that these folks need to speak to. He served once as a deputy for administration in the position. He knew how to move. The commissioner of custom, Sir Samora, was contacted by Amin. And the commissioner of custom pressurized Double Jada. He called him. He met him. We have these documents. And this is wrong. Double Jada need to say true to Joseph Yiman Bwagai. He need to open up to the Liberian people. He was under so much pressure. And they put it on a skin capacity building. People are angry. Few good people are angry. The way the cartel have enriched themselves from Sasamora, coming down from the old group. What do we have there? So, guys, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why Jesus loved me. I don't know. Because Liberia have to be to a new place now. So I know you were speaking, Dr. Bobla, you went off. Can you finish?
Yeah.
You got to go back to Uncle Sam.
All right, thank you, Stanton. Look, so I was saying the way forward, right, in this new era, responsive government, responsible government, transparency, accountability. So when people raise issues like these that are important, the LRA is a critical entity to not only the government, but the socio-economic development of Liberia. So an integrity icon that will just come in and clear the air. And by doing that, he answered questions for people, even in his own agency, for the public, and then he set a good example for the way forward. And so that's what I hope will happen. That he just come and straighten this out. And every government agency needs to understand the responsibility to the public. You can't treat the public trust as a private enterprise. Ain't yours. You want to do your private thing, step down from government, run your full-out shop or wherever. But if you have the privilege to serve the people in government, then you have a responsibility to speak to the people. So when things come up like these that are of this magnitude and have the propensity to cause problem of it, then say something. And that's the thing. When you say something, you say the truth, you move forward. Then anybody else won't be talking out of business. But when you don't say anything, that is room for speculation, a whole bunch of other things, and it's unhealthy.
Where is the Liberian people 20%? Send the playing game with Medtech. That's the question every Liberian should be asking. You gave some group of people free money. This is what can make Uncle Sam so mad. And he be cursing. Then we got to check him. You gave people there from the street free money. They said they will give you 20% back. They can't give you the 20%. They said they will control it. How can you say you will give Uncle Sam $10 and you say you will tell Uncle Sam how to spend the $10? Where's the Liberian people 20%? Why is that not in the consolidated account? Why only a few good men should control it? What kind of dumb stuff is that? Where is our leaders? Fatiga, you're quite correct. Where is the leaders? Where are the senators? Where are the representatives? Who control this money? Look at this stuff. They go open extra bank account here, and the bank account say you got 4 people, James Double Jara, then you got Gabriel Montgomery. Ask Gabriel Montgomery. We'll tell you about Gabriel Montgomery. We'll tell you exactly what happened with Gabriel Montgomery. Sam Burnett, the same thing. And Jirate. What's going on with the Liberian people 20%? You received $3.4 million gone.
Stanton, what about the labor? Who are the AA? Those are the primary.
No, that's a different category within the bank. They get a person that was signed, both person that was signed single. That's why you get A and B.
1A and 1B.
Yeah, Uncle Sam, let's go and ask you the question: where is the Liberian people 20%? Why only certain group of people enjoying it?
Okay, so what's the value of this 20%?
I mean,
it varies depending on how much money you generate.
Okay, but on the average, like monthly, what's the value?
It fluctuates. It fluctuates.
Yeah,
I know it fluctuates, but there's like a historical trend. Let's say from last year, if you take the weighted average, what is it?
Jackie,
there's no weighted average. It depends upon the volume of inputs.
Okay, for example, 2 months ago, what was it?
Jackie, let me help you. Jackie, let me help you.
Okay.
What was owed to the Liberian government and what they just received, we can use that as a benchmark. The government in his letter was 3.4 million.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a lot of money. I think we can use that as a benchmark. Uncle Sam, go ahead, please.
So, so one of the things, and I always go back to a rescue mission coming to power. One of the first things you should do is to strengthen the integrity institutions, especially the audit functions, right? There is an RAA, and that RAA is the one that combs through transactions to determine the legitimacy of transactions. That is their job, right? Now, when President Bogart came to power, one of the things I thought he would have done to say that governance is the one that made the previous administration to have issue with sanctions and the international condemnation. So what I will do, I will strengthen governance. And one of the ways to strengthen governance is to provide strong oversight, okay, through the audit process and through the review process of transactions, right? So that it means to bring in new people, because you cannot clean a decadent system with the same people involved in historically. So that's what the problem is today. If you see all these nyama nyama going on all with all these government agencies, it's because there was not a radical overhaul to bring in brand new people and to bring in an integrity czar apart from the LSCC. Apart from the LSCC, okay? Because the LSCC is reactive, meaning that whatever is reported to the LSCC is what the LSCC goes after. So you got the GAC, you got the RAA, and other integrity institutions. These institutions are supposed to coordinate. That is the problem that President Joe Biden has. He did not overhaul the integrity institutions. He did not overhaul the audit process. He did not overhaul the oversight responsibility. And then the legislature through the budget process, right? Where budget outturn, right? You have a budget, which is the projection, and then you have the outturn, which is the actual. Somebody should be looking at that budget process in terms of the actual versus the what projected to do the variance. When you do the variance analysis, you make a variance analysis. This is off budget. This is something spending that is unauthorized, and all of those things. That is the problem that JMB has. Those institutions have not been overhauled. The screws have not been tightened. And as time goes on, it will just be like an avalanche. It will grow like a cancer because you did not excise, you did not take out that rottiness, that sickness that has been there historically.
Thank you.
That's what the problem is.
Thank you. Let me show, because Jackie asked the question. Thank you, Mame. These are estimated costs, U.S. selection method arrangement review by bank prior to support capacity building for implementation of VAT training, socialization, and change management program to facilitate ownership and adoption of the rollout system LRTAS, and as quoted and real property, 118,000 just for training, 305,000 just for training, 124,000, 150,000. Now you see, this is what happened here, Jackie. If they have to use the money like this, who's policing the policemen? They want to have free access without restriction, Jackie. And that's exactly what is happening. You ask, where's the money? I put this up for you, Jackie. We can read this paragraph from Double Jada letter. It is further important to note that the Supreme Court placed a stay order on Medtech account in July 2023 and lifted it in June 2024. Immediately thereafter, the LRA formally requested the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, as required by Public Financial Management (PFM) Act, to open an escrow account for depositing this 20% share, which at the time had accumulated to $3.381 million. The escrow account was open. We show you guys the paper. There you go. Here's the document. Right there, they open the account. They have signatories to the account. But then why are you repeating what we fought against? It makes no sense, Dr. Richardson. Let's hear you. We'll go to Glenny. We'll come to our brother Fadiga and the rest of the team. Something is in this just not accurate. Something is very bad in this with a bad intention, and the guys, they are back at LRA jubilating because they got free money. Dr. Richardson, can you please unmute Dr. Richardson?
Oh, thank you. I was just reading Douglas Jala's credential. He comes, with a lot of knowledge regarding the PPCC laws. He, worked with them. He comes from Carter Center. But what actually bothers me is the fact that he didn't implement a check and balance system. 20% of this money goes to the Liberian people. All right. And he was the one, like I think Cynthia, you said, who was checking the person in authority? Who was checking it? What was his check and balance system? He did not instrument that. I'm so disgusted by all of this training. Where in Liberia do you spend $100,000? The least, I think $50,000 was one of the least, but for training, what were the training on? I mean, if you could put that slide up, let the Liberian people know exactly what was happening if you can for me, because I saw that and I see that in the chat. Yes, so these people are training, socialization, and change management program to facilitate ownership and adoption of the rollout system. Some computer probably app or system. $180,000 to spend in training people. Then they had specialized training for ICT staff, data scientists, business analysts. 305, the highest amount they spent on training. Where in Liberia? What were they eating? I'm concerned. I would like to know. I would have preferred them to spend this money on the Liberian people. We have a lot of problems in collecting revenue to increase our economy. Okay? Revenue building, revenue capacity. And who asked Double Jada to be responsible for capacity building within this government or any other government? That's my question that I have here. I wish he would have spent this money on creating online system where the Liberian people can pay their taxes. I wish he would have spent this money training staff to go out in the field and assess the degree of property taxes that we can gather from people, because I know there's a shortage in that. I wish he would have spent this money in talking to getting the business people together. Training, talking about $305,000 in training, $825 in training, $150,000 workshop and outreach. Outreach where? So many people who went to the training, y'all can't tell where you're at, or maybe y'all had, I know, food that I never had in my life before. Thank you.
Philip Mayor.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Just keep my mouth, because that's one of the highest top brand. Thank you.
No, Fedemia is not hard no more. My potato green is more expensive than Fedemia.
Very good. Very good.
Let me go ahead.
Then the poor say the right for spending that money on training. Is there potato, because potato green can find it like very easily.
What can I say, Stanton? What else can I add to this? I mean, this is so glaring. This is poor Liberia. It's all I can say. Poor Liberia. What else to add? And that people will just sit and think it's okay. I mean, I don't have anything to add.
Fadiga, why is it people 20%, man? What's going on? What certain guys just decide to use it, Fadiga?
The thing is, this 20%, it has been a problem from the inception. What those guys did, I don't know whether they can be audited or they have been audited. I think the whole MedTech deal need to be audited so that we can get to the bottom of this thing, because what those guys did in the last administration, and now I think we are trying to fix. But there are a couple of misinformation that I think we might like to look into. This MedTech deal has caused a lot of problems in this country. I think we need to sit down and have a thorough review and get a clear message out about MedTech. If you look at the contract have a lot of things that doesn't make sense at all. How it became like that, I don't know. But what I'm told based on people that have asked close to the situation is that one of the reasons they wanted to keep MedTech was because MedTech is already in us. They owe a lot of money that it cannot be accounted for, that just letting them go would be a loss for Liberia. MedTech has promised to build a facility at the port, which they still intend to do. MedTech job is the job that LRA should be doing. why we turn it over to MedTech is the $1 million question. I don't know. Government would like to party or second party to do things that we can do. We can hire the staff, we can do it. But the notion was that they brought them in because we didn't have the technical know-how or the capacity. So MedTech is filling the void of doing something that LRA should be doing. So they decided that we will allow them to train our people in 1 year, build the capacity. I'm sure that how that capacity building something, build the infrastructure, and then probably we could either keep them or they would turn it over to the Liberian government. While that may sound good, I still do not understand. So I think we should go way back to the inception. The problem started with the inception of this company that were brought in by the WIA administration to defraud the Liberian people. I think the investigation should start there. We need to know what happened to those 20%. Who ate it? Who associated? I'm tired of the speculation. How can we be speculating when we are in power and we should know what happened? The late Thomas Dona, may peace be unto his ashes. He knew a lot of things. In like Mama was saying, I don't know what saying that he tried to create those accounts. We know. It's not a secret. If we want to know, we can know. So we need to investigate what happened leading up to this. And then I think the LRA needs to come up with a very clear message on what they are doing to solve the problem. I think the problem here is messaging. The public is still confused about what this government is doing, what LRA is doing. But if you sit on the table with those guys, the argument is compelling. I've listened to some of the argument about MedTech. I was kind of convinced. But what they have not done was to properly sell this whole thing to the public. Why they want to MedTech around, what is the benefit of MedTech, and how can they turn that whole 20% around so that the government benefit. They're not doing it. It's just all in a secret, hush, hush, we carry in the business. So the people are confused. So when that void is there, anybody can say anything. But the reality here is what we are seeing right now is based on the contract that is already the law. You can't do anything. You already have a contract with a company.
Let me put it up since you call for it. Contrary to Section 9 of the contract and the MOU, the LRA instructed MedTech Limited in the letter of February 2nd, 2022, signed by the Commissioner General to open a separate bank and manage the GOL 20% revenue on its behalf to fund LRA capacity building activities outside of established GOL public financial management framework. This is a violation of the contract. This is a violation of the contract and the PFM Act of 2009 and amended 2019. We state that all funds in revenue transitory account be transferred daily and bank reconciliation be done once every month to avoid errors in transmitting these transitory account. Folks, the people are playing with us. They are telling you, my fellow Liberians, that you have no common sense. You cannot read. And they will eat the money. Double Jada said in this, he collected 3.9 million. It's 3.4 million, but we agree. And guess what happened? He was under pressure, not only to buy a car for Commerce Ministry, but the boss were back, mommy, to use the money as to their own discretion. Use it. Don't ask. Don't question. Don't go to anybody. Use it. Put document together. And like Dr. Richardson said, say that you train people for local government, capacity development or local government. Well, 100,000. Partnership with CBO and SOCWWW. Well, 50,000. Training, socialization. Well, 180,000. All kind of nonsense. Do you know 2023 alone, I mean, what's the number? 137,000 on a CDC government. What become of that money, mommy?
The auditor reported that they could not see there were discrepancy between what LRA reported and what on the
137 million, I'm betting, not 1,000. Go ahead.
Yeah, million. So they were asking for a reconciliation between the LRA and the central bank financial statement.
So you see the trouble. I beg you, but I'm using my time. I just call you in for 1 minute, for 1 second. I beg you. You see what happened here? 137 million, George, where they can give account on. Because you know why? They were using the money from that account that they created. The same thing will happen to this Joseph Yima Bwaga government. That when we enter 2025, by the grace of God, in 3 months' time, you will also understand that again, $100 and something million will roll out of the LRA account and nobody will know what happened. That's why we need to put the money in the consolidated account and everybody will see it and they will know how it is used. The people are stealing. Why would double jara in whom Joseph Yima Bwaga trust be led, or he leading the folks to rob the country? Mommy, please take your time. Jackie can agree and that the problem will end on this thing for today.
And on it's a big part of what happened in the country or in different areas. What Medtech is doing is basically doing inspection of goods and services and goods that are coming to the country. That's what they should be doing. Destination inspection, will arrive to your destination, you inspect it, then before you clear it. That is a responsibility for the LRA. I can admit that the LRA may not have the full capacity to do that, but here is the catch. It must be an intention of the government, backed by resources, to say in the next 3 years, Medtech or Wakana Tech, whether says tech, you will leave after 3 years, we will install our equipment, and we will be responsible for inspection, and government will take the 100% of the revenue.
That is capacity building.
But yeah, 80% is going to Medtech for doing an inspection, and government is only taking 20%, as if government hands are tied that they cannot do it. But it is not only with Medtech, it's all over in different places. Even with the concessions we sign, in those concessions, they tell you there must be 3 or 4 Liberian in senior management. The reason why they do that is so that you can understand the operations of these concessions, so that over time, government is able to play a more meaningful role. But we politicize it. When you're in Nima, one politician finds somebody and just put them there, when the other person can't take them from there. No institutional capacity building to benefit government at the end of the day. There must be an intentional effort to ensure that we transition from just leasing out to taking ownership. Even at the port, there are services that the port should be able to take full ownership of over time. I know you can't do it immediately because you don't have the capacity, but there must be an intention backed by resources and investment over time that you take full responsibility. Fadiga asked a question. I want to end on it. He said, why is this Medtech thing looking like a problem all over the place, like a curse on Liberia? The lady that brought Medtech, Angela List, is recorded for forgery, allegation of forgery in Australia, Ghana, Liberia, Niger, and other places. International financial crimes. When such a person organizes an investment for your country and set it on you, the consequences are just the few we're seeing. We expect to see more. So that is why the legislature suggested that this Medtech transaction be audited. And we can all get there with Maggie, we'll talk about it. His post that he made, he is calling for the audit of the Medtech transaction. He's not one of the best persons to say it, but he's not wrong for saying it. That particular account needs to be audited before the government can move forward with using resources from it. That's why I will say, audit the account.
Thank you very much, Mabe. Sister Jackie.
Yeah. This method, really, we can't stress it enough that it needs to be clarified by the relevant authorities. But just going to what Sam Jackson and Dr. Francine said, just to touch base on that a little bit in regards to, and she's right, Double Jala does have a background in, he was once the boss for PPCC, and Sam Jackson talks about the IAA. So if Double Jala put together his annual plan, procurement plan, which includes this capacity building matrix that we just saw, PPCC had to approve it, provide asking for all the supporting documents for each line that was displayed here on the screen. And as Sam Jackson indicated, the internal audit agency at the LRA is supposed to monitor the day-to-day activities of every single line that we saw on that matrix. So hopefully there will be a report on how on the implementation, the actual implementation of all those line items, as and hopefully the LRA boss will come and explain what happened to the account, why was the 20% transfer in this account versus what is stated in the actual contract, and why did it go contrary to the contract. So I hope all these things will be clarified at some point.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Augustin, please just please help us to think about this EXCISE, EXCISE. I want you to speak to it after Conor Gray.
Okay.
Not right now, Augustin. I will come to you to speak about it because this is scary that somebody is eating that money from Madras, MADRAS supply, 145,676 pieces. Officially 4 million pieces was requested, but something happened, and a lot of money, when you talk about that excise tax, a lot of money going into somebody's pocket, and that we will have to discuss it. And we'd like to speak to the Commissioner Robert Kamel, who is responsible for all this project. Conor Gray, talk to us, and Dr. Boplet, talk to us, please.
Stanton, the founding ideologues of the LRA, people like Alfreda Tamba, they put some of these constructions in place so that people cannot bend the wand, as we say. If you go back, ever since the existence of the George Weah administration, they started setting some of this, this pocket account, whether it's Legis, whether it's Letty, all of these are agencies. Even the mining sector, they said no contract will be approved unless it goes through the executive mansion. So they set up some of these things. Those were the loopholes they created to steal. Now, if we are the rescue of the Liberian people, these are some of the very, very first loopholes we should create, we should try to prevent. Ever since this guy took over, may he so rest in peace, as Fadiga said, Thomas Dona, you understand, they facilitated some of these kinds of way of robbing the people from their revenue. If you look at it, it's like that's a conflict of interest. You cannot generate revenue and be the same institution that will expend that revenue or spend it. It's like a conflicting role. Your duty there is just to collect. That's the act that created the LRA was done primarily for you to collect government taxes and put it in government in whatever we call the general account. That's your role primarily. Now, when people start setting spending accounts somewhere, even your budget as an agency of government comes from central government. You don't establish you don't determine who gets what, when, and how. That's not your role. Your role is just to generate that revenue, deposit that money in government account, and then government will determine exactly where this money is expended. But you can see the clear scheme that this was meant to just, benefit certain individuals. And look, we should be paying attention to some of the audits that will come. These are the agencies that will need an audit. You said it right, Stanton. Who policed the policeman? That's a key question. And if you go deep, you see some of the schemes that have been set up. That's why this guy can let institutions like MEDEC to go. I don't let MedTech to go because they are in bed. Look, the resignation of the commerce minister, that just one rim of all of this, but there is something deeper into this, and I hope we have government accountability agencies, that will go in after these people. But we have to dig deep. This is a big syndicate here, man. We have to go after something behind this.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Dr. Poplar, please, let's wrap this up.
Look, Uncle Sam made a good point about the integrity institutions, and the government didn't overhaul them and stuff like that. Good observation. But look, folks, we put way too much faith in the central government. Way too much. We have a unique situation in Liberia where we want to stop and act after the act. So we want to minimize corruption, and we establish a LACC. The LACC will only know about it after it's done. And then they're supposed to come and investigate and have prosecutorial powers. The way we deter corruption is to minimize the opportunity and have tolerance for missteps, half steps, and no steps. I was chairman of the board for Shenandoah. $67 million judicial oversight. We did training all the time for doctors, for pharmacists, nurses, all these things. We never spent nowhere close to the kind of money we saw up here. And now in the poor, and this is the wealthiest country in the world, America, in the fourth poorest country, you put in that kind of money for training, and we got educated Liberians and say this is training is necessary. But juxtapose that with the needs of children who are sitting in mud houses, calling the schools, on the ground. But for some reason, these trainings are necessary. There is something so wrong with the way we're doing business. And I'm telling you, the people have to stand up. Somebody trying to ride, and we can't let this happen. This is so wrong. You have to reduce the opportunity for people to have access to the nation's resources like that and play these kind of stupid games that shortchange the people. Change is coming. I don't know when, but it's better be soon, because this is wrong, like so wrong what we done.
You are quite correct. You are quite correct, Uncle. Sorry to say, Uncle Sam, but Dr. Bobler, you are quite correct. Everywhere within LRA is trouble. Everywhere. Samora Custom Commissioner, he's the project manager for MedTech. Rogers. These guys don't just sweeping and swapping. To tell you the truth, it's trouble. Liberians should listen. It's bad for our country because the people are not seeing anything they call change. Imagine, Dr. Richardson, I know you speak there, Uncle Sam. IAAA did the stuff. IAA, not 3A. IAA did the stuff. They did an audit. Glennie, you know that as of today, LRA State buried that report. You know what is in it? They are recommending a thorough investigation on Samora because of allegation of massive corruption. Joseph Boaka didn't appoint Samora. They met him there. He got all his connection with every other thing that have to do with MedTech, APM Terminal, he have to do with CTN, have to do with LRA. The exercise I want Uncle Sam to talk about. Who eating the money today? We have to document. We blame John Manawia and Samuel Twain and Thomas Donat and Nathaniel McGill. But right now, who eating the money in 9 months? Liberians, who eating their money? Somebody have taken over. You have new cartel boss that moving things around. Liberians don't know about the access stars. Uncle Sam, can you talk to us about it? That the riches that bake you will come to you. Liberians do not know about this. It's a silent killer for folks to enrich themselves. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
So excise tax is a tax that is placed on goods manufactured locally. Now, it means that you have to have somebody who will determine the volume of output in a manufacturing process, the cost of goods sold, and then you come to the value, okay, the selling price of the goods. One of the things that we don't do in Liberia, we don't do it well, is to audit all taxpayers. There are triggers in the United States with the IRS for certain categories of taxpayers. The largest taxpayers in the United States, they have sensitivities analysis where they flag certain things to go in and do fiscal audit, right? Metal steel, their export of iron ore, the value of the iron ore, the Fe content of the iron ore. We don't audit that. The other one, B mounting, the gold export. We just basically take whatever they tell us, right? So we don't even go do a forensic audit of their books to determine whether they're doing transfer pricing. Transfer pricing means they're selling the gold at a lower value to an associated company. Okay. Now, excise tax Stanton, it's where they eat a lot of money because like club beer, whatever one need, Coca-Cola, anything that is manufactured locally, the cement factories and what have you, right? Whatever they report, whatever the volume of sale is, that's what we do. But we don't do a physical audit of those. I bet you upon my mother's grave, if President Joseph Yuma Baka were to say today, we would take the 100 largest taxpayers in Liberia. We will do a 10-year audit. We're bringing international forensic. You can raise $300-400 million. Some of them would say we want to shut down, but God damn it, if they've been stealing all this money over the last 10 years, let them freaking shut down. Somebody will come and take him over because that's the business. They're making money. If they were not making money, they will not be in the country. So that's what the excise tax is. It's the tax on local manufactured goods.
This is the company called Madras, M-A-D-R-A-S, that print the excise stamp all over Uncle Sam.
Okay, so it's a stamp, Stanton. So let me explain something.
Let me say this. I'll bring you in, Uncle Sam.
I beg you, Stanton. So they got, okay, so all the tobacco, all the alcohol, and all those things coming, they have stamps. You see those stamps that on cigarettes, you see it on the liquor, you see it on that is something that is also a corrupt system there, because those stamps are paid for by the consumers. They added to the price of the goods. You follow me? So that whole thing there needs to be overhauled. Somebody needs to go there and do a forensic audit of the entire process.
And that's why I got to give you this news, Uncle Sam. I beg you. The company, folks, and this will hit you. I hope you're sitting down, Glenny. I hope you sit down, hold a chair. The company, right? And this is bad. The company supply 145 million in the amount of 676 pieces. You know what was requested? Only 4 million pieces were requested. 4 million pieces were requested. The company supplied this amount.
676?
How did that quantity enter Liberia? Only God will know. When Uncle Sam said that where the money is, people that they are not seeing this thing. Somebody need to ask Samora, why is Double Jada sitting on this? The company, the only asset bring 4 million. The people brought in 145,676 P6. Enter the country. Who allowed us to come? Domestic tax commissioner resigned and left the country and started working with ECOWAS. It is bad for our country. They may say, well, you don't have all the reports, Stanton. No. But guess what? You need to address the nation. You need to tell the Liberian people how in the good heaven these people will come in our country. Liberia, free for all, and enrich themselves. Because I will call the name Sasamora, the allegation that he should be investigated. Gabriel Montgomery, Sam Burnett, Rogers. These are allegations against every one of them. Jlate, now Double Jara. Why did the president send Double Jara there? To clean house. But Double Jara have been part of the crime de la crime. And how you call it, Fadiga? And that's how you call it, right? The crime de la crime. He is part of the crime de la crime. You want to know what is happening with Double Jara? Money-wise? Do we have time for it? I can tell you. There will be no way Ami resign and Double Jara should stay there. Ami was part of the cartel. He was caught. Now, who is Samura? The brother of Henry Samura from CBL. The acting bank governor. Should we go down the line, folks? Should we really go down the line? Y'all really want us to do this? But our country is in a mess. If you hear something, since I started giving this announcement, Dr. Richardson, the people have been responding. If you hear something, say something. If you see something, say something. If you smell something, sneeze out something. And my number is 609-649-4206. Send it to me. Send me the documents. And let's just expose these guys. It's bad. That's the only way we can help Jose Yima Bwaka to do it right. And after we have provided all of the information and all of the investigations are done, and if the president sit on it, then well, the people will speak up. People are hurt. We didn't even get to the LRRC yet. I called Prince Boye. I said, Prince Boye, is your wife part of LRRC? Prince Boye said no. I want to be fair. I did. Senator Prince Boye from Bonkan did. I said, Senator, I got document here that you know, your wife named, she was catering to somebody's place and getting money. I got receipt here and there. He said, Senator, that's not my wife. My wife have never engaged in any catering business with LRRC. I said, Senator, you know, I will come to you first. Somebody in your office working and they have been benefiting from LRRC, I have the name. He said, send it to me. If that's true, I don't know. I will talk about it. A lot of money came from LRRC. They formed their own clique. They created their own ID card, created their own human being, traveling from Ivory Coast, traveling from Ghana. They put it on the list and they were getting that money. Fake document. Because why you look at me? Fake document you guys can create it. How we expect to improve our country? I still calling Patrick Wosi name. How you expect us to improve the nation called Liberia? A lot of money went to LRRC. One man get 30, 40 individuals. I think those are the ghost people that Josiah Joker should go after. Those are the ghost individuals they should go after because they are not real, my people. Dr. Francine Conogre, Dr. Bople, Mama is back with more information. I mean, we get only 20 more minutes here. Or you come and eat it. I see the pepper joining you. I see the pepper joining you. Dr. Richardson, If I see this document, I reach out to folks. I am shaking every day when people send me document. While you're speaking, I will put a LRRC, all of the document in the chat room. The receipt from Central Bank. It's very clear. If you want to help me, send some to Nelson. Let him be uploading it. Let's show the people some of them today, where the money went. So go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
So, I actually want to thank you and appreciate the fact that you sent these documents to the people that are accused. That's a good practice. And I want to just compliment something that Dr. Brugler said. He said, and I'm going to take the highest amount of training that was on that sheet that Stanton showed here today, $305,000 worth in training. And we questioned were they eating sushi or filet mignon, against the backdrop of a child in one of those counties, Cape May County, Medina, that don't even have a good, conducive learning environment. They don't have chairs to sit in. They don't have enough teachers. They don't have windows to at least see nature, all right? And they don't even have good copybooks or books. And here it is, we are spending $305,000 on training. Now, the question that I have about this, and something that Jackie said, we said that this account was specially open. It was uniquely opened by these group of guys. And the reason why they opened this account, because they wanted to have control. This is what I was informed on this platform tonight, that they wanted to have to control all this account. So it sort of makes me think that did they have to also go through PPCC? Because you said that in order for the training to be approved, they had to go through PPCC. And I'm saying,
Yes.
well, if this was
Can I get some information from Dr. Richardson? In a procurement over $10,000, if you're buying a service, you're buying goods, is over $10,000, it's got to go through PPCC.
Yes, even if you have a special account that nobody knows of and you controlling it.
Yes.
The question is, did they put this? So hold on. The question is, did they put this through the PPCC process, number one, and who approved this if they went through the PPCC process?
So they had to. Either they will go request single sourcing, right? If they believe that this person has a specific skill, they can't get it very well, then they will go ask for like a no objection, right? But they are required, anytime you're spending government money, over $10,000 must go through competitive bidding. And even if it's a lower amount, you must get three quotes. Or some of that. Let me tell you something about capacity building. Governance in Africa. I beg you.
Thank you. I wasn't finished with this. So thank you.
But Dr. Richardson, let me just tell you something.
No, I wasn't finished. I just asked a question and you answered.
Yeah, but I want to tell you something. I beg you, Mama. Let me tell you something. The quickest and easiest way to steal money in Africa is put it in capacity building. Allah, Mami. Allah. You know the NGO trade now, the NGO trade that capacity building. That the quickest and easier way to eat money. Just lock it on a capacity building, you will eat all the money you want.
Yeah. I mean, so Dr. Francis, let me say
thank you, Seton. What can tell them, man? Can't tell about capacity building.
Let me answer part two to Dr. Francine's question.
Oh, yeah, will I let Dr. Francine finish between Jackie and
no, she asked a question. I wanted to answer part two to what she asked. So regarding the PPCC guidelines, Dr. Francine, in addition to what Sam Jackson said, every year when these entities are planning their putting a budget together, they also have a procurement plan. Whatever that procurement plan is, PPCC has to go through it and approve it. This is different from what Sam was saying, the bidding process over 10,000, the RFQ request for quotation. So if I have a procurement plan saying I want to do training, purchase 10 cars, or purchase laptops, whatever your procurement plan is for that year, PPCC has to review it, and that has to be part of your package that goes with the budget, your annual budget that goes to the Ministry of Finance for approval, and then it goes to the legislature.
So great. Thank you guys for answering my question. This brings me to the point that Gray was saying. Double Jala worked for PPCC before. Is it possible that he knew the guys and they had bias towards him because he worked there before to favor his request, the request that he put in from LRA? So this is, I'm just kind of going through the corruption pattern in our country that we have to study. And my last comment is something that Amula said clearly. We need to have a strategic plan. We need to move towards the capacity building of people to take over MedTech. We have all the money. When I see $3.4 million, why are we not buying our own instruments? Why are we not training people, giving them the ability to do what MedTech is doing in our country instead of just letting MedTech continue years in and years out? And that's what I have to say, Spencer.
Thank you very much. So I got to add, while we try to wrap this thing down, it is important to note concerning the staff from Prince Moyo office. Again, let's just call the staff name, and then people can help us understand who this staff is, because this thing about Prince Moyo and LRRC, he came on Spoon Talk and he said, listen, the company that was funded, they are not my company, not because I'm from Bon County. There was one, Geraldine Collette, Kolleh. Okay, Geraldine Collette. We are talking about a lot of money here. After like the registered catering company withdraw a lot of money, thousands of dollars, right? We have another staff over here that we will call the name. I'm trying to upload. I just put in Rutherson, Rutherson, Fire. If anybody know Rutherson, Rutherson, Fire. You say it's a staff in Prince Moyo office. Again, withdraw tens of thousands of dollars, and the bank statement can show that. So I put the bank statement, the copy. I think you got reading it. Fadiga, are you seeing it? It's in the chat room. We should go ahead and read it. Then we can talk about this thing. The different companies that were created, the different fake names that were created. They put some of you guys' name that I'm seeing, maybe that different Stanton Witherspoon. They put a Stanton A Witherspoon, they list it all. They say how much you receive. They created fake names. No, seriously, I'm sharing everything with you guys. These people created fake name in the amount of $1.7 million. They was able to withdraw US dollars. They were able to withdraw the money. But just look at the list I'm putting in the chat room, guys. If you want to share it, you are free to share it, because I alone cannot do it all. I just put it in the chat room. Look at the LRRC USD, page 1, page 2, and page 3. They are there. Patrick Woolsey need to be investigated or questioned. If these are allegations, like Dr. Bopler said, they owe the Liberian people to clear their names. But these are some serious Shigohan RST. Serious one. The place is doomed. It is doomed.
I don't know what to say.
Are you saying that you know what to say, or because you're on Spoon Talk though? Yeah, you are.
I didn't mean for you to get up.
Another 1.5 million have been given, and they are producing more fake documents. Now, yesterday,
1.5 million for catering.
Wait. Look at this document I put in the chat room. You want to have a show. I'm putting about 70 different documents in the chat room, right? For you to see. These are fake documents that were created, fake ID cards. Look at them. It's in the chat room. Fake ID cards that were created. They created their own ID card. They took the money and they walked. Money, US dollars. And they reported to the lawmakers, they reported to other people, said, listen, these are the people we gave the money to. No. This is horrible. The reporter, see those documents. I see you guys read it. Understand it by yourself. Fadiga, can you talk to us while folks are reading this thing?
Yeah, look, I don't know what to make of that. I'm still looking at it. I'm in shock as much as the rest of the panelists here. I can say what. Let me look through it. Then I won't do justice if I don't see it.
No, again, you're right. Please take your time and look through it. Take your time.
Can you ever say in the final? They with us point are you ready to?
I know that person said. I tell you the point. Yeah. They give me evidence on the final. The people grabbed me from all over and created it. To tell you the truth, folks, this is embarrassment for our country. Uncle Sam, you know who contributed to this thing? Not only the Liberian government, partners contributed to this thing. To take the people from the refugee camp, drive them through Ivory Coast, bring them to Liberia. These guys then rip the country. They stole from the people. Look at the amount of check stuff that I put in the chat room. Imagine. Millions of dollars walk through the door. They have been supported by senators and representatives. They have been protected. If it is true that Ruto Singh is in Prince Moi's office, Prince Moi have to speak. If it is true that they created their own company, then Senator from Bon County, Prince Moi, have to speak. He denied and said, my wife is not part of it. I respect his answer. Can you also deny that your staff is not part of it? That's the only thing I can do. I went through all this stuff to find these people named as per the receipt from the bank. Those are central bank receipt. You are looking at it, guys. We are not just telling a fairy tale. Jackie, how can we help our country called Liberia when these things are happening every single day? Prince Moi's staff, the person that working in his office, getting money. If it is true, Ruto Singh, I call the name. Can somebody tell us where that person is in Prince Moi's office?
Okay. Somebody needed to turn it around.
Man, they will put your name there, sir. Continue talking, they'll put your name over there.
What?
They get Samuel Combs there all there. Joe Bagaloo.
If anybody know Geraldine Colette, if anybody know AJ Kamet, Richard Hoff, we talk about $1.7 billion squander, 1.7 million US dollars. They submitted that information to the lawmakers and the Ministry of Finance, but they are all fake. Uncle Sam, nobody checking. Nobody. Because those guys have been protected. Can you share this thing? Can somebody share it? Let people clear this whole thing out. Can somebody share it? It is important for us to share it to our people. Let the people see it. I don't know how my phone is acting up. Look at the receipt from the bank. Central Bank, USD $3,000. Victoria Stephen, $3,000. Look at this one. Emmanuel Cooper, 900 USD. Emmanuel Cooper, Central Bank. Look at this one. I don't know if I call the name, I will be causing I think I said Chinimbi. Now I don't want to call the name. I really don't. Jerry Quanet. Look at this thing. $510. This other person get 5,000. Oh, 18,000 US dollars. Geraldine Colette. Who is Geraldine? Jeredin Colette. Kolleh. 18,000. If you go through the document, this woman collected more money than any other person. They are accusing her of being the agent of Prince Moi.
I'm not thinking of 26,000, right?
Yeah, Geraldine again collected another 18,000 again. Yeah, you got 26,000. The woman collected more money than any other person.
The penmanship on those checks.
It's the same.
They're almost
the same.
Yeah. You got wait now, guys. Famata Dowing, 18,000. It's different from Geraldine. The names are different. Go through it one by one.
We're talking about the writing, the handwriting
on the check.
Oh yeah, the handwriting is the same. They are all manufactured handwriting. These guys, let me say this to you. Can you, I beg you, Nelson, can you post this thing? Let our people see some of them before we leave tonight. Uncle Sam, our country is in a serious mess.
So they say international business supply got 34,000 international business supply your cars.
I don't even want greedy like this.
I'm telling you.
Sure.
But Jackie can talk. Jackie don't tend to bull.
You check that one. That Prince Moy fake company.
Well, I don't know how can we.
Tomorrow is too heavy for me.
Yeah, let's take our time, go through it, and we can share it tomorrow. You are quite correct, Dr. Richard said. You are quite correct. Nelson, are you there, Nelson? Can you come on? I shared this with you. Can you please, Nelson, put it up if you can. If Nelson not sleeping, he will put it up. I think somebody got to call Patrick Wozie. Patrick Wozie, Jackie, you got to call your brother Patrick Wozie.
Well, Stanley, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the person said Geraldine Colette. This name, I'm not going to announce it until I verify it. She's a relative to one of the representatives in Bon County. So we have to clarify this and be sure before we announce it. Go ahead, my brother Conor Gray.
Now, is this the same Patrick Wozie guy that could not even visit the resettler folks when they came to Bon County? Remember that incident?
That's the same guy.
Were residing on the leaked roof. Look at the kind of money that went towards those initiatives. Now match the effort with some of the struggle the people went through in our Bon County. They could not even go there. They didn't even have the audacity to come here and make some, some cover-up statements, and then that was it. And
they got Jericho Bangaloo there.
Huh? Yeah, they got in there.
Bangaloo, he got $300.
Is this a minister? That's not a minister. It's Jericho Bangaloo.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
With a C. C as the initial.
Yeah.
That's his initial.
Jericho Bangaloo, $300.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they couldn't be more creative.
Imagine, Glenny, that one blue ink pen and that one style of writing, $34,950. International business supplier.
Same pen.
Okay.
Black and blue.
Let's try to close the show, guys. Thank you very much for appearing today, wherever you find yourself. We have over 70-something checks that was rating, 70-something that was rating. More than $2-3 million to use. LRA, LRRC. We are in some serious mess. Sometimes it's hard to just look at some of the good things the president trying to do, solar system, bringing it in the country, the program. Sometimes it's just hard as the men trying, they still get some bad, rotten apple in the government trying to enrich themselves. The LC issue is so hard and difficult for Money Captain. He said, I must renew my contract November 30th, so I got to go to Ivory Coast and Ghana and beg. Say better to a T if you don't ever put it down. Money Captain, your own feeling. Leave it, please. Just leave it. You try, you didn't make it. Go home. It's bad for our country. We come here every evening and we talk to you. People are engaged in massive corruption. So today, this morning, I will share with you, look at these guys. You see them talking? You know what they were, right? Who can tell me where is this? They went to JMB house. Some party official going to negotiate. Oh, that's Sekou, yeah, the NPA director, Sekou.
If I want, I need to go.
Some part of official went there and said that whether they should resign, they were trying to work on the different aspect, different stuff. And if you have to resign, just resign. Why are you hanging around? Where you think you should be there? Resign from your political party or keep your political party job and figure something out. Folks are saying also Reverend Tape is pushing aggressively to be the next commerce minister.
God forbid.
Glenny, can you mute yourself? Glenny, mute yourself, please. Please.
You kidding me, Staton?
Can you mute yourself? Folks are saying the party chairman, Reverend Luther Tape, that he can come out with a statement, is pushing to be the next commerce minister. People call the name of Modi Kamara. Modi Kamara have declined. He said he got no interest and he don't want to be the commerce minister. People are saying that must I resign? No, I will not resign. I will resign. Jackie, I want to start with you for our closing. Are you troubled?
Stanton, there's no question that Liberia needs more reforms, changes. The country is 177 years old, and we should be doing a whole lot better as a founding member of the United Nations, the Organization of African Union, and as a member who played key role in even helping other brother and sister countries in Africa gain their freedom and independence. So much should be expected for the oldest independent republic in Africa, a country, of course, where we are 5.2 million. Having said that, President Boyka, he's here as our president, and he will continue to do better and improve the system and set up institutions that hopefully will last for many, 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 many decades to come. With his last 2-day retreat on the 9th and the 10th, there were some resolutions. Of course, we talk about them briefly. I hope we will find time to tackle every single line, those 13 line items, to discuss them so that the public is well informed. One of them, which is the arrest agenda, which will be launched at the end of November, which is at the end of next year. The president is calling for fiscal discipline throughout the government agency and ministries. He's also calling for travel, domestic travel, and foreign discipline, travel ordinance. And he's calling for a lot of things, incentives for the private sector, as we talked about yesterday, the fleet management in Liberia, that's something that needs reform, consultancy guidelines, new consultancy guidelines for the country through the CSA and through Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. So a lot is going on with this president. He also launched and passed Executive Order 137, the railway executive order. And today, what did the president do? He broke ground for the country's first ever solar farm valued at $90 million. And this is a World Bank project. So we look forward to a lot more changes, more positive changes. There's so much work to do in every single sector of the country, which also includes work in the accountability area. And the media, as I tell people, the young people, our youth make up 65% of our population. Open your constitution, learn what is in your constitution. The preamble of the constitution says, we the people. So we can't just leave everything, elect our government officials, whether they're in the legislative branch or the executive branch, or whether you have the other branch of government, which is the judiciary branch. You can't just elect your government officials and just leave them alone. You have to, we, the people, have to participate in the process and make sure that our government give us what we deserve, our inalienable rights. So this was a great show today. Again, the show today was about accountability. In addition to that, there's a lot of good things that are going on that the president is working hard to change a whole lot throughout the various sectors in Liberia. So we look forward to those positive changes. And as the president goes to Italy, also to focus on our food situation in Liberia, the agri sector in Liberia. So a lot happened this week. A whole lot of good things happened this week.
Thank you, Glenn. Somebody said, my man, so you just show our picture because we went to the president house, eh? So I promised them to show it again. So there you go. Right in front of President Joseph Human Braga compound, most of the minister guys that were there talking. Look at the group. Different car, negotiation taking place. The balls are back. I see more men than women though. High class, high profile meeting. But mommy, what you come back for? Mommy, look at your man.
Mommy, I'm sending you my cash app, okay? When you get there.
Mommy, look at your man. The man growing stomach. Can somebody zoom in on the port director, please? The port one like right, he getting big stomach now.
The man looking like he getting tall. Look at
that's a problem that close to show. Oh man.
Man, the what do you had to put, my man? You get taller, you get bigger. Yeah. But listen, so Jackie talked about some of the reform. You know, I support this president and I support Liberia. And he talked about some of the reform. One of those is the travel ordinance. We need some reform in that area. That's one of the places where a lot of money is put, and it's always cash on demand. And so, yeah, we need reform. We need everybody to fly economic class other than the president and the vice president. And I hope the president will lead by example by minimizing the foreign trips and increasing the local travels around the country, because he would do a lot of good by going and seeing where his people are and the people seeing him. I do think that we're moving in the right direction, as issues are raised of improprieties and those kinds of things, missteps, it creates space. But I hope the president will be very intentional about appointing people who are leaders and not just rewarding loyalty to party activity, but people who are leaders, people who also have a vision. If you ask me to lead something, I should share with you what is my vision for that agency. If you don't have any vision for the agency, then you just become a position holder. And we need innovative leaders. Share your vision and then subscribe to modesty, transparency, accountability, and sacrifice. I think that brand of leadership will help Liberia move to the next best place and soon. So I'm very hopeful about the future, but I think we need to learn from the past and stop the same errors of yesterday. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beauclair. Could agree?
Yes, Stanton. A lot was covered today, but I want to say there's a reason why certain people were appointed and they never, got to occupy those positions. Some of them even went through confirmation hearing. But there are certain individuals that have been placed in key locations purporting some of these individuals like the Prince Moise of the world. The other day, somebody was asking that the network apologize to, I think, Maggie Tyler. I'm not sure whether that's the name. But that guy was not even supposed to have been, I think, in Angola. The president also had gone to Angola, if I'm not mistaken, to go negotiate on this oil issue. Angola is huge. But at the same time, his name was appearing elsewhere. Now we have to look at some of the the individuals behind these people before they take chair. That guy was recommended by the same Prince Moyi. So when you see all of these names bearing, having foothold to Prince Moyi, that's a reason, that's a red flag that you have to double check. Some of these guys may not be on the same agenda pathway with the president. The president may have all the good ideas, but some of the individuals that are boxed around him are those individuals should be looking for. And I would say let's dig deeper with all of these fake checks we're seeing, not fake checks, but checks that have gone through the system. We have to make sure that we find out the brain behind some of these things. And the apple don't fall far from the tree. You're talking about LCCC, and there's this guy, Wozy. Wozy and Prince Moyi, they're inseparable. So all of these kinds of things, you have to be able to open our eyes. But I think we have more to dig, and we're digging. And I think certain individuals have to put them on the pedestal and make sure that we put them in a way where we keep a close eyes on them. I suggested about sting operation before. I think some of these people should start some of this sting operation. You already are going towards that direction, Stanton. To get all of this information is not easy, but I'm beginning to feel that if we don't guide these people, they will do worse than what George Weah did. The beginning, the first footstep they start taking, it looked like I think it was John Molu who said the Salif administration was 3 times more corrupt. I have to begin to think about that way also of this administration. I'm not saying the old man is corrupt, but there are lots of hyenas around the old man that will have to be careful. Let's watch them.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Thanks a lot. It's good having you today. Folks, don't forget tomorrow. I think Spoon Talk tomorrow. I don't know whether I'm trying to confirm this announcement, whether we'll be on. We have a maintenance issue, but we are 100% sure to be on 101 with the CEO on Sunday. So probably tomorrow we will have off. The network will be going on through maintenance. Once it is done, prior to the show, we will come on, we will send a message. If not, we are sure of being back here one-on-one with the CEO on Sunday, and Monday will resume operation as usual. Okay, we are hosting, you want me to show them my picture again? We are hosting the guy in the white with his hand in his pocket, Sekou Dukle from NPA. He will be our guest on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO. We got a lot of stuff to discuss. That person that's standing behind look like Bulldog the late, right? If I'm not making a mistake. This look like that. But yeah, he's Dana Bulldog, yeah. But again, I want to say to all of you, from my end, it was a great show. I will do my closing. Thank you for joining us.
I'm not closed.
No, we're not done. You guys will close. I'm gonna just get out of it. Thank you for joining us. These are the checks. We got over 63 of them. We will be sending this check over to the executive mansion. A lot of error on this check, a lot of fake document, a lot of stuff that is happening in our country, and somebody need to speak. I will forward them to the LCC with all the document from the central bank, fake names that cannot be verified, and we hope they can open an investigation. Now, thank God somebody here or group here in America asking for this document, because from another area, money was sent to America for these repatriation. So we have to help fight corruption. Not only Jose Yiman Barker, we can strengthen him when we come together and find this document and share them. Have a good day. See you guys on Sunday by God's grace. We can all agree that tomorrow we are off. We will take our wonderful Saturday, quiet Saturday. If you are too bold, please stay away from Facebook, Glenny. Do not do a single show. Dr. Richardson, do not do a single show. Take the time off. Go on the beach, walk, or if it's too cold, go to the park and just sit there with your grandbabies and have some fun. Leave Facebook alone, and blessing to all the Spoon Talk folks. We're going to be off tomorrow, and we'll see you guys on Sunday. Abula Mambe, Fadika, Sister Glenny, Uncle Sam, Dr. Richardson. will close us. Go ahead, sir.
You know, we talk about the LRA. Double is expressing interest and desire to raise $1 billion. The executive, some of the resolution that came from the cabinet review to increase the tax base, find other means to collect revenue, additional sources of revenue. Just what we have now, if we can just close the loopholes, if those who are in tax administration can just decide to just steal 30% of what is stealing now, I say stop all your stealing. I just give you a scenario, not to stop all, just stop 30% of your stealing, and you can take the rest. We'll get to the billion. Close the loopholes, we'll get to the billions. The LRA argued that the payment they move into capacity building account is some custom fees. It's not a source, it's not a revenue that should go to consolidated account. That is the justification they have. They share it with me, so I thought to put it on the show. But our reliance is the contract you sign with Medtech, Section 9 says the money should go into a transitory account, and from the transitory account to the consolidated account. That is the contract, Section 9. If you decide to move it to another account, you must amend the contract. And you must convince stakeholders who signed the contract on why you want to move the money to another account and not a transitory account. Capacity building, there is a big need for capacity building across the country. I wouldn't rule that out. Why I will not justify unreasonable amount, but there is a need for capacity building. Whether it is our LRE, government institutions, I've had a time to interact. You can't just beat it. There is a dying need to build people capacity. The difference now is whether these people have accepted that there is a need to build that capacity is a whole different story. Because if people have not accepted that I have capacity deficiency, you can spend millions of dollars. They will only go there and sit down and take certain fee and take certificate and walk away. People must first accept that yes, I have capacity gap and I will not perform well if I don't address this capacity gap. Is that the situation in the country? Or people are feeling that they don't need capacity building and people are only putting money into it? Captain Stanton said I will close with him. When a bucket is leaking, no amount of water can fill it. We took power from Ivory Coast. We politicized it. The deal was simple. We gave you power, connect your houses, they pay you, you pay all back. That's the deal. We took the power, we politicized distribution. We introduced corporate gangsterism at LEC to the extent where we cannot pay back Ivory Coast. And then you jump from Ivory Coast and say you're going to Ghana, you're going to Guinea to bring additional current. Until you can address the management inefficiency at LEC, you can take current from even Saudi Arabia. You will only be increasing the number of countries or number of partners we owe. You will not be solving the electricity problem. There is a leakage at LEC that has to be addressed.
And Mama, we're doing that in the rainy season when we have an abundance of water in the rainy season.
The argument that they're trying to prepare for dry season. Even if you prepare for
but even in the rainy season, I had 8 days with no light here in Lower Gaia. So in the rainy season,
until you can address the management inefficiency at LEC, you can bring power from all over the world. Those leakages will cause us additional debt. And Qatar over time has failed to do that. Until those private power distributors in Nimba, in Bon County, in other places that government hired are paying to LEC what they are generating from their customer and not diverting it to personal use, you will bring power from everywhere. You will not solve the electricity problem. So don't fool us. You can fool some of the people, but you can't fool all the people. This whole thing about Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ghana bringing power is only intended to secure an extension of your contract. But that's a decision I left with the president. I don't have control over it. I only give him my opinion. If we cannot manage the power we got from Ivory Coast and we owe them, the leakages are there, we're not solving it. The management inefficiencies are there, we're not solving it. You bring power from 50 other countries, 2 years from now, we'll only be owing 50 other countries.
Go ahead, Fadiga, please.
Sorry, I'm watching something on my phone. Well, great
No,
show.
no, your grandbaby. This kid, how old is he?
That's the trouble.
MYOB, mind your own business.
Wait, you can see him?
Yeah.
You saw him walking.
Oh, you saw him walking? I'm trying to hide him.
We saw him moving around. We can't see him now.
Okay.
Well, great show. We talk on a lot of stuff. The Starlink thing. I think Starlink is as good as if it is going to be affordable, if it is going to benefit our schools in the rural area, benefit those people. Yeah, if the government can design a way that it will help facilitate the education, the healthcare delivery in those areas and make it available, I think will be a good initiative. This medtech thing, I think we need to find closure to it. Too many information out there that needs to be straightened out. I think we can do it. It's about time we do that. Get rid of, fix this whole medtech problem once and for all. I have a couple of questions when it comes to this solar stuff. There have been multiple news articles, and the information seems to be a little inconsistent there. Hopefully on Monday we'll touch on the solar thing. There have been multiple news. So one of our listeners, I won't call his name, called me and said, Fadika, I've been monitoring the whole stuff. And they sent me a bunch of documents, but when I actually pay attention to it, the figure just doesn't seem to align. There are a lot of different figure.
I'm sorry, and that's the one about the 90 million, right?
Yeah, the 90 million, the 60 million.
The 40 million coming back for this. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was able to do some research on how much it actually costs, just a bulk price of how much it actually costs for 1 megawatt of solar power generation, and versus how much we have in here, and some things that didn't look too right to me. I hope we get spared on it. Because of time, we cannot go into it, but we need to get a story right because too many stories out there. Some of them make sense of the whole power thing. But good initiative. Power is everything. You cannot have a functioning country if there is no electricity, especially with looking at a job in the private sector. The reason Ghana and other countries, Ivory Coast, even Guinea, I was shocked how we even went to Guinea. Guinea and Liberia started the power plant. The Salika Dam, I don't know. I don't want to go into that whole story about the Salika Dam and why we chose to build it, but I think we wasted money on that 88 megawatt that we built when we refurbished or whatever we did to my coffee. I think we would have gotten a lot better than that. I think it was a ripoff. That particular deal to rehabilitate my coffee did not work for the Liberian people. It was a terrible deal. I will say that. And I'll close on that. Great show. See you guys on Monday.
By God's grace. Glenny.
So it was a great show. Being here. I really do admire Jackie. She's in a position where she's a politician. She I don't want to say she's a spinner. I won't tell my sister she can spin, but she's a real politician. She can skip all the negative part of the story and just talk about the positive. All the part that are making it look wrong. She will unless she even hear it. She just shoot straight for the good one. The president did this, the president did that. They asked her about the check. She didn't get nothing to say about the checks. I love you, Jackie.
Communication.
I want to learn from you. You have great communication skills. You just afraid us from there. Without opening a fly, you just can't you stick to your point. Nothing teaching you. I admire you for that. But I don't care what happens. It's good. One good news about the Starlink is good. And then when you hear about another bad news with Prince Moi and these checks and all these things, it just make that good news looks like it's really nothing. We hope that our Liberian leaders will get to the place where they can be held accountable for the wrong things that they do. And Double Jala, Prince Moi, if they know about these things, it's also important to engage these conversations so that you clear out the air, so people get to know your side. You can't have Liberia, and a lot of people watch Spoon TV and listen to Spoon TV. So you can't hear these things constantly, people calling your name about issue, and you say nothing, and you do nothing about it. But it's your legacy. These stories will remain. They will not stop. They will remain. So I would hope that Double Jala especially will have to say something, because he's at a critical place in this government where people want to be able to understand that he has integrity and that these things he should not be involved with them. So hopefully he will speak soon. I hope that he does that. Hopefully Prince Moi will also, because these checks, I gave them the number of checks and the amounts that these people were issuing. And when you look at the payment ship, most of the payment ship, they're the same. Some are either change it to black ink, some are either change it to blue ink, but at the same P, the same T, the same R. We were to do what they call it, sir. How they can call those thing, the security checking thing. How I can call it a big English word. Me, I know it. Forensic, my dear. They go to forensic right now on the writing, and they will find out that the same person that sat and wrote all the checks. You give checks out, and then the list for the checks, they don't match. Yeah, Liberia, we want better for our country. We want when we get to Uncle Sam's age. Let me close on him. And my uncle will close on him tonight. I want when I get to his age that people will come to me to give them wisdom. That the first thing I will say about Liberia at his age will be, let's work together to rebuild our country. The first thing I will say, I will not say I was a progressive, but now I'm not a progressive. The first thing that will come if I'm at his age, I will say Liberia deserves better and we can work together. I will not be Uncle Sam's age and do what he's doing now. I pray to God I don't do that. Because there's so many people will be depending on the logic that's going to come from him. So at his age, I want to better than him. Better than him, so that I can share wisdom with people. 71 or 72, I can't be Sam Jackson. All the flower he talking, when he in the corner with the people, then he get all the flower there. He come outside, he get you a bunch of flower. So he said that one, he said no. He said that one, he said no. Go catch him in the corner, you will hear what he's saying. Anyway, great show. I wanted to end with my uncle tonight. Nice shirt, Uncle Sam, you look good.
Uncle Sam, did you close?
No, not yet.
Please close, Uncle Sam, and Dr. Richardson will be the last.
You don't pay Glendy any attention. When you're 71, you want to be just like me. To tell anybody to go to hell, to eat where you want to eat, to sleep where you want to sleep, and do what you want to do. Only one person is important in your life at the age of 71. That's you. The opinions I express, I do it because it's a democracy. And I don't care if people take me seriously, don't take me seriously. I've done my part. I fought for multi-party democracy. I did what I'm supposed to do. I'm done. I'm just having a great time. Make sure you get a good education. Make sure in your working years, you put money into some investments. Make sure if you work in the United States, you work enough quarters to get your high Social Security and what other pensions and disabilities you have if you serve in the military or whatever have you. Just make sure you have a good income at age 71 and medical. Your medical is extremely important. If you get Social Security, make sure you get Part A and Part B. Make sure you get a little nest egg for you to be able to live. So that's the personal stuff. On the political side, look, GMB means well. The problem President Boycott has is that the team is still the problem. The team. The team is still it's the formation of that team, because that concentric circle in the middle, the people that talk to him early in the morning and the people who talk to him before he goes to bed, those are the people that lead the charge. And if you don't have that concentric circle in the middle around a Liberian president to be tight, to be honest, and to not care about to do favors for the president and to say the right thing, that's what basically derails all Liberian presidency. That circle in the middle. That circle in the middle boxes everybody. I've been in that circle in the middle before, okay, when I worked for President Taylor, okay, not with President Joe, President Taylor, I was in that circle, but I came in late. By the time I got there, they had contaminated the situation already where they were too much involved in the foreign affairs of another country, Sierra Leone, with the diamonds, with the RAUF and all of that. I came in 2002. It was all over. So all we had to do was to plan and orderly and exit. And that's what we did in 2003 at the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement, okay? Ellen Sirleaf, in terms of bringing in good people, she did that. For the first term, we went through HIPIC. There was a lot of integrity things that happened with the HIPIC audit. We got debt forgiveness. We did all that stuff. But in the second term of Ellen, it became highly politicized, political. And also when her son muscled out people like Richard Tallball, like Eugene Shannon, like Dr. Kumar, all of that. And he just basically went after Abe to feather his own nest. Now, George Weah, there were so many missed opportunities for George Weah. I mean, the greatest football icon, as far as I'm concerned, he could have done so much to capitalize on that, his football popularity, to attract so much to Liberia. George Weah didn't make it on the cover of Time magazine as president. George Weah, who won the SP, didn't get an invitation to speak at any historically Black college or university. George Weah, who was the Ballon d'Or, he was not marketed. Liberia was not branded. People that worked for George Weah didn't serve him well. And I will say this publicly, okay? Joseph Yeman Boycott has the greatest opportunity to sell Liberia, especially that Liberia is probably the strongest liberal democracy in the Mara River Union, right? And the Americans need Liberia to protect that region, to protect American security interests. He needs to sell that story. War crime and all those things, you can't have it on a difficult economic condition. So he needs to do something called maybe like a mini donor conference for security, for economic support. He needs to raise $2 to $3 billion over the next 6 years. And he needs to sell Liberia, to sell. And then he needs sponsors for Liberia. You see, President, just give me another second on me, Stanton. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had George Soros. Remember George Soros? Osiwa, right? Then they had Tony Blair with Mrs. Blair, with the Tony Blair Foundation. Then they had people like Eric Wecker from the Harvard Grove Institute. Ellen had all of these people who sold Liberia. Unfortunately, President Boyka doesn't have those kind of people. He needs to develop them, and he needs to bring the best back to
Yeah,
the
but
table.
the president got Mamaka. The president got Sylvester Grace.
Mamaka, no offense, she doesn't have the stature of a Richard Tolbert or what did one name say? The one from the IMF, Antoinette Sayed type. I mean, Ellen Salih brought in heavy hitters, Ivy League type, multilateral institutions, corporate America, ADB with Dr. Shannon, them people like Chris Neal. I mean, people like Crystal from Strayer. I mean, she had an A-list cabinet.
And what happened?
Yeah. Dr.
And what happened with the A-list cabinet? What happened? The output.
We got the most corrupt government in the history of
No. Okay. The A-list cabinet for the first 6 years.
Otherwise, I have to leave because I have other.
No. I mean, I'm done. But listen, the A-list cabinet did extremely well. The first 6 years, they did extremely well. They brought instant credibility to the country. They gave us debt forgiveness. They brought the HIPAA thing in. They brought the $16 billion of investments, and they uplifted Liberia. But post 2011, it just went downhill from there. Big Ball 1, Big Ball 2, and because of Robert Salif, that was just the killer of the regime. Robert Salif.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much, guys. Gotta go.
But let Dr. Richardson close.
Oh, Richardson. Okay, Dr. Richardson, Queen Chenoweth, let's hear you.
Thank you.
Why you want her to be quick and you are not quick?
No. I mean, I'll stay for as long as she talks. She's one of my favorite.
I just want to tell everyone.
So Glenny is not your favorite, though?
Glenny Mash Muff is not my favorite.
Thank you so much for joining us today, especially the panelists. You could have been doing a myriad of things today, attending to your families, doing your odd jobs, but you came here and sat for more than 4 hours to discuss issues that are very pertinent to Liberia, to advocate for good governance. I want to thank you so much for doing that. I want to thank the viewers. I want to thank the listeners and the commentators for participating in this conversation as we steer the direction of good governance, steer towards the direction of good governance, especially Glendy and Jackie. I can't tell you how much I appreciate both of you being on the show. It just creates a different sense of empowerment to me when I see other women on the show versus just being here by, I don't know if you guys experience this or not, when you're just alone among our brothers here. It's a different kind of dynamic.
We're here for you, Doc. We're here for you. We're not going nowhere.
That's right. I want to tell you guys, thank you so much. We talk about a list of things the president is doing. He's making efforts. Let me use the key word here. He's making efforts to do some good things. And when he does a good thing, we're talking. It's not like, anyone against this president. Like the issue of bringing Starlink into the country, I think it's a good idea. However, I hope that negotiation is not going to be like the negotiation in the past where it was for self-enrichment as opposed to benefiting the people of Liberia. So let's see how that goes. I want to see how the negotiation progresses. The whole idea of bringing, the solar power system into the country is another great idea. Again, let's see how it pans out. I think some of the panelists had some concerns about how, what it is and how it's going to be helpful to the Liberian people. So I think the idea that he's thinking outside of the box, or instead of us depending on our one man coffee in our country that have failed the Liberian people, he's thinking about different things, and I hope he continues to do that. Now, the story about Medtech just is so alarming. I would encourage investigators to go out there. This double data story seems never ending. Now, today we learned that PPC members were involved in approving this check. So the training, they were involved in approving the training that he says the largest training.
What's the, you said PPY?
PPCC. Continue,
Doc. She said PPC.
PPCC or whatever. Oh, we correcting each other. Yeah, I was there.
Just be silly. Don't mind him.
Yeah, I'll be quiet. I'll let it correct for English.
No, I just try to give the right abbreviations. PPCC.
Okay, thank you for the correction. I'll take the correction.
Like Glenny told me to give it to you. I'm sorry.
I will not say nothing. I will no comment on this one, okay, Mr. Witherspoon?
All right, I got the text messages. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, PPCC, we know that we learned today that somebody had to approve his training. The training where at least $305,000 was spent for just training. We don't know what they ate. We don't know where they went to, or whether they were in air conditioning or something that is much cooler than air conditioning like Liberia. We don't know. Okay. But it saddens me against the backdrop of children that are not in school. We don't have decent healthcare system, nor do we have decent infrastructure. Lastly, we talked about the LRRC. Okay, we talked about the LRRC. I think tomorrow, Monday, would explore more. It was more information. But guys, I really appreciate you being here today. It's sometimes, just sitting here and getting the information and synthesizing, critically thinking about information all at once is a lot of work. So thank you.
So thank you, guys. I'm going to leave this for you very quick. It's something about your former president, President George Malawea. So first of all, we have no ownership to this music.
Is that recent? You want not?
Is that
recent? That the president's song that what he did, he want knock. President.
Is that fairly recent?
Is it copyrighted though?
Yeah, that copyright song. You know that song?
Wait, that his song?
What his song? The people's song, but the song say I want knock. My head, my neck.
First of all, let's listen to it briefly. Please, please, please. We got no copyright.
No, that's the quality of life when you're not president. Now what am I enjoying right there?
Oh, I made the blackmail, baby. When you were
president. The quality of life right now. Nobody care for you can dance.
That's a good closing for the weekend.
I hope I can play it one more time, but that's so beautiful.
That's a good closing for the weekend.
Yeah, he nailed it seriously. So first of all, allow us to do just one more time, please, because I like it. Please, we got no
Money.
You nailed it. Drop my listen, that's this area. I can't do that. My neck, my back, and my waist. God, man, now I'm about to move. Good night, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Nelson, I know Facebook will kill with it while you're but I mean, it's trendy though. Kind of great. It's out there. It's trending. I hope somebody can share. It's beautifully made. They start everything, the two-step, the in and out. I know, Jackie, you can't do that. You just can't. I can see it in you. You can't dance like that, Jackie. My head, my neck, my waist, flying there, IGO.
I mean, outside the presidency, Joey is a pleasurable guy to people, right? Outside the presidency. And these are some of the things you miss because this is him. That's the original Joey right there. But the presidency is another zone. And you know, it's just like the police would say about the commerce minister. You know, when you make your name somewhere, stick in your, you know, stay on your lane. Don't be somewhere else, you know. But all of this fun I know you're having now, and I'm enjoying himself. You know, I just hope that money finish soon.
I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it to this. I would say this. Nelson, can you come on? I would say that that's a beautiful piece, and you know, that's a beautiful piece. And I think certainly he dancing to the music. Listen, to each his own. Today is a Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday, so
TGIF.
nice.
Have a wonderful Friday, man. Thank
Good
you.
night,
That's why
everyone.
you coming on. Take care, Sister Jackie. That's all. Take care, Uncle Sam. Nelson, you refusing to come on? Nelson.
Yeah, we're blocking.
Maybe a man sleeping. They're beginning to sleep. Nelson, are you coming on?
It's still too long.
Yeah. No, it's just 8:08. It's 8:08. Coming great to see you, yeah. Thank you very much, my brother. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you make up. What you make up of that twist, that 1-2 step. My neck, my head, my neck, and my waist. What you make of that one? You muted, Nelson. That 1-2 step. What you make of it, man?
That was a magical.
It would play against Facebook with Black Us, right?
Yeah, I was scared when you were playing it though.
Yeah, but man, because Joe, we had a Facebook Black Up for ourselves, no problem. But it was a good. Listen, man, it was a good 2-step. I mean, he nailed it. He hit it. It was sharp. It was on the money. You know, and I want to learn that different move. I can do it though. I don't know if I would do it like him. I can try.
I saw you doing it. Find a friend let me move the other time.
Yeah, I didn't find a friend like me, but you know, I don't know, my neck. You know, I gotta listen to the music because some of my music I listen to is like Lionel Richie. Stuck on you. That I'm feeling down deep in my soul. I just want to say, oh, my way. You know, but Joe, we are going to the old thing that my neck. You know, you put some G's in it. But I like those oldies goodies, you know, talking about stuck on you. Because I'm on my way. I got a feeling. So listen, you want me to sing that one? Since we are in the music mood, let me see if I can do this real quick. Oh, you know it?
No, I will start an instrumental. Why?
Okay, let me see if I can sing one. I got the feeling down deep in my soul. I just want to say, 'cause I'm on my way. Needing a friend. Come on, that's all I can do. 'Cause I'm on my way. Oh!
Somebody said the lyrics not connecting. You know, I know why.
They go to Cornetto. Yes, I'm on my way. I gotta read it to my man. Listen.
Oh, so you
have to see. I gotta read it. A woman like you will wait around for a man like me. Yes, I'm on my way. Oh my God, you said.
Oh.
Da-na-na-na. A woman like you waiting around for a man like me. That's a message, Nelson. That's a powerful message. A dude like me, a bad dude like me, you still waiting around. Oh, man, that train. Hey,
Oh my word.
Hey, that's it puts you in that zeal. Listen. Then. Cause all the you do. I'm coming home to stay on you. Got a feeling.
From the way the song going, you listen to
it. But we gotta listen to other people, right? So the best thing you can ever do, Nelson, is to make yourself happy. Nothing should make you sad. Nothing should make you cry. Because I'm on my way. But I'll be glad to stay. I'll be glad to stay. A woman like you can wait around for a man like me. Who am I that you stay waiting around? Sometimes you look at your wife, you say, what? You can't go to bed, you can't sleep, you stay waiting around for somebody like me? Somebody like me that I'm not even a good person. You stay waiting around for me, you still trusting me, you still believing in me. Who am I that you should wait around for me? And that's why you say, stuck on you. Got a feeling down deep in my bones, in my soul. I just have to say, cause I'm on my way. Come on, Nancy. You want to be like me, you can't get it, man. You can. You can, Nancy.
No, I'm trying to help you. I won't.
What do you mean trying to help me?
I was just trying to put the lyrics on the screen so it could be easier for you. But is
I'll put it on the screen. Go ahead, put it there. Put it there. Let's see. Put it there. Go ahead, put it there. I'm waiting for you. You think I can't? Don't play the put music that will shut us down.
No, I'm thinking.
Stuck on you. Got a feeling down deep in my soul. I just want you to know. Because I'm on my way. Joanna made everybody start singing. Oh. Yeah, my man. I mean, Joanna danced to that music. It was powerful.
Yeah, the moves. Magical move. Yeah, man. Skip.
You got it up?
No, if I share the string, it will
don't take the volume up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
The people want me to sing, man. I got a person, if you're singing for a living, you will stop. This person here is a hater. Stuck on you. The person is a hater, Nelson. You want some encouragement here. This is a beautiful Saturday. Don't hate.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it?
Good thing now is that I have the whole thing here. Let me just.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it here now. At least the whole thing can be easy. Okay. So.
Don't play the volume though.
No, I'm not playing it. It's muted. So then I will. You can start rolling. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you ready?
Yeah.
Stuck on you, 1984. Wow.
Yeah. And it's okay. The first line.
The first line. You ready?
Yeah, it's on the string.
The instrument got to play somewhere. Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way.
Down.
Need a friend. Put it back. Put it back. What can I be this one? Cause I'm on my way. I'll be. Banana. All right. Move to the next place.
Okay.
Go ahead. No. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Let me sing this part again. I mean, you're wasting that, but let the team go by. That next verse got me on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
They got a pop producer today. Where is this thing? Where the round for a man like me? Cause I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stay. Down na na na. Down na na na. All right, let go.
Wow.
Down na na na. Down na na na. Continues.
Now the next one.
Yeah. What kind of penis? Yeah,
Okay.
right there. Not just where I'm going. I beg for my troubles and I throw them all away. Hey, it says little daddy, I got me home to stay.
What?
Stuck on you. Got it feeling down deep in my soul. Woo!
I think why you aiming
my way.
the people will start rating you. Yeah, please start rating the CEO.
No. Oh no, I'll just sing it last one. Go, don't do that. I'll be with you to the end. Cause I'm on my way. Mighty glad to stay.
Oh, somebody said 1.5%. Oh no,
at least give me 1.5%. I'm mighty glad to stay, but I have to leave, guys. I've stuck with you all this time for 4 hours, 60 minutes. I'm in with you. We will be off tomorrow, taking a mighty glad break from Spoon Talk, and we'll be back on Sunday one-on-one with the CEO. Again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our nation. I send a special shout out to my cousin Jeffries Witherspoon, who is recovering speedily from a car accident in South Jersey. And I want to say to all of you again, a special one to my father-in-law, who is also recovering, Kotumova. And again, I want to say we love you, we wish you well, and we pray them for speedy delivery. God got them. Again. We'll see you on Sunday one-on-one with the CEO. We have this guy, Sekou Dukle, the National Port Authority Managing Director. He will be our guest, Sekou Dukle. And don't forget also, we will be talking about MedTech, CTN, and everything. Monday we'll be back with a big program, big show. We had a breaking news today. I had to just keep it away because this one was too big. But we got to come on Monday. You plus me equal Liberia. Liberia will be better. We wish the president a safe travel as he leaves the country tomorrow for room. We wish the team traveling with the president safe travel and a safe return. Till we meet again, Nelson, may God bless you and bless all the staff. Bless all the folks that work at the Spoon Network, the good men and women, and bless our nation. Have a good night, Nelson.
Yes, sir. You too. Yeah. Well, again, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been another great show. Thanks for your contribution tonight. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for sharing your thoughts from the very start of the show. We appreciate all of you making your comments, engaging in the comment section. We appreciate you tonight. And thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for relaying the program as well. Spoon Talk will be on the radio on Monday. So Spoon Talk is taking a long weekend break. We'll be off the air tomorrow.
We will be on Sunday though. The one-on-one with the CEO. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, I was coming there. The one-on-one
Okay.
Spoon Talk. Yeah, Spoon Talk will take a break, but one-on-one comes on Sunday.
I mean, everything tomorrow is the maintenance, changing the tower, changing everything. That's tomorrow. So we should just give that announcement because they got to do cleaning the system, the equipment, everything is tomorrow. Then we'll be here on Sunday, right?
Yes, sir. And once we come back on Sunday, we're gonna go full blast. Some of the places you've struggled to get us, especially for the people on radio. Sometimes they'll call and say, "Oh, your signal was very clear in this place, but we're not getting you like before." Once we come back from the maintenance break, it's gonna be super for all of you. You start to get us clearer and in long distances than before, and so that's the whole essence of the maintenance work. So yes, so Spoon Talk will be on the radio on Monday, but one-on-one with the CEO is tomorrow. It's on Sunday, sorry, when the managing director of the National Port Authority, Mr. Sekou Dukle, will be the guest. You can afford is that place where all of the headlines, some of the major discussion for the start of the week will come from, because that's where you get all of the breaking news. That's where the folks get to engage with top policymakers in the country. And so don't forget, we will share the flyers and all of that. And so you can join us by then. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier. Bye-bye for now. Liberia is all we have, so let's stay safe. If you're celebrating your birthday today, happy birthday to you. Thanks to all of you for watching the show tonight. Natalie Weir, and Per Kimber, Moses Colley, Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, we appreciate all of you. Israel Jackson, Tita Brown, thanks a lot. Samuel Tamba, Nathaniel K. Hill, Jackson Williams, Bomi King, Lovette, that's Lovest Right. Everyone, we appreciate you for being here tonight. Until we come back, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
What is happening in Monrovia? Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't no